already see it in more of a passive setup over towards a fast retake on B. Or just a fast rotate.
Oh my
Showers
god.
control early. Spike going to be claimed there. Benkai
He's
going to be
playing
back in the way though. Has to
Yoru,
respect the possibility that he could be lurking up. You see that Viper wall.
Yoru घेतला आहे 4
Information
सेकंड.
as well being thrown into the mix, and PaperX might get a bit antsy here, might overstep themselves just a bit for that info.
And there's Angel just trying to mess with FPX's heads. Jing takes one, the stunned player around the corner, and Angel's not going to be able to get away.
Wonderful work recognizing that. 2 players down.
चाली का स्ट्रेंथ है. तू करतोय का ती? Same?
He's taking matters into his own hands. A bit of a nade into backside zip, but not wasting any time. Zip straight in. What a kill to find with only the Spectre.
It's a huge
Yes.
huge one, and it leaves PaperX in a situation where they've got to play retake here. And Xiao's angle. Do they anticipate this? Have they thought about the fact that the Sage is in the comp? Flash pushes him away.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow, the player's trying to flood into the back. Kill's going to be traded out, but eventually down to just Mind Freak, and not able to do it. Perfect crosshair placement there by Xiao, anticipating where they were coming from. That's the bonus converted, Josh. That's what makes FPX so dangerous.
And consider how they got to this point.
Take
Take a look at the replays here. Sipan just bouncing into the site.
काय?
A snake bite flying towards CT. Currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team had failed to take showers in emphatic fashion.
A little bit of a boombot play, but the money's not too great here for PaperX. Be hoping that a couple of these FPX players end up just
Beta chamber is here.
And I think the key for PaperX might be finding these mid-round timings to go aggressive. Once you have a bit of information like this, is there a potential for some C's being thrown by Divide, for example? Some little set play? Doesn't quite catch.
Yeah, Mind Freak tries to swing it off it, anticipating that maybe would have caught onto somebody, but look at FPX, the way that they're offloading this. The Stimmy dropped down, 2 shots ran it off by Divine, not enough, can't get that reload in action. And of course, the flanks being watched, Forsaken trying to just TP through. Jing does get 2. Showstopper online, opportunity potentially to do some more damage. Satchel play right around the side, but shut down once more by Xiao.
And you look at the positions that Xiao and Sugetsu are playing in, they're so ready for the aggression coming out on the other end. Forsaken has been utterly shut down. 0-4. The crowd giving them the best chance.
तुझा mic पर भी
The
होता है.
PaperX players wanting them to get back into this game. And it is rifles on board to vie with an operator as well. Perhaps taking an aggressive peek here out of sand, using the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Knife over the top. Going to be landing there on top of showers. Can't be broken. That's going to be good information game for Ardis. But there's 2 players trying to play towards there.
But his job is simply to hold on. And Divide, while I thought he might have gone for an aggressive peek over at Sand, is just holding this angle. And perhaps this is the adaptation for PaperX. Drop into a more passive position, try not to get punished, and wait for the time to tick down. Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is the clock.
Clone's going to be removed easily enough. You are right, Josh. Down to this minute mark. Now Prowler spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but the spike now starting to end over towards one familiar direction. To watch this being made with the operator. Divine misses the shot.
How did he not catch at least one of them there? Benkai's still coming around though, and as the time ticks lower and lower, Jing and Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Roland wanted to push them back to Showstopper. Not let loose just yet, but still the kill found. Sipan opens it up.
He got leg
space being gained. Definitely let Jing trying to make the most of it, but again, the trade is there, the back of the side, Benkai. He anticipates it over the top. Sugetsu finding his mark. Slow orb. It's hard to try and play through. And an easy enough shot, a flick of the wrist. 5 rounds in a row for FPX.
Absolutely demolishing their opponents at this point, Bren. They've got the read here on Bind. And I think this is what PaperX were afraid of when they went up against Optic.
Yeah.
And they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep. but a lot of their defensive aggression has the same theme to it.
Same patterns.
The same patterns that you can detect and theoretically shut down, but it's incredible to see FPX have so much success without ever having played PaperX before. This is another grand finals where you have a team that's gone straight through the uppers and one that's clawed through the lowers. We saw that play out at Reykjavik as well, but this time it's not a rematch. And I think PaperX are very difficult to play against for the first time. So major credit to FPX. All their theory working out so far.
खेळतोय का तू?
I think they've got a phenomenal understanding of how they want to be trying to break down what paper.
खेळतोय का तू? बरं क्या आलोच थोडा.
Getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah. And also these slower rounds, they've just not quite been able to hold on. Listen, round 5 there were many times where Devi could have taken an op shot and maybe stopped the FPX aggression. But he just missed the first time and leg shot the second time. Those are chances you can't let slip away against a team as drilled as FPX. They're going to be all over you.
You have to capitalize when you're handed those. So much of this map, honestly, is just ended up with that hookah control that these teams have been fighting over, and look at this. The weaponry obviously a bit poor, but still Zipan taking the shot, the nade. Not favored, the 1-for-1, but still this is a half buy for PaperX, giving up the space that they've gained.
And immediately looking for the pivot off, expecting some kind of fast reactive push. Remember, PaperX normally play against teams like that, teams that are going to try and react against them. Instead, FPX have just frozen. They hold completely in place, waiting for the defensive team to lose all idea of where they are on the map.
Yeah. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it?
Benkai is going to start to get itchy at some point in this round. Once the clock's ticking down, a minute, 50 seconds, people are going to look for information, maybe with their face. Those are opportunities that FPX are looking for.
That's why they're so slow off the rip here. I contain a bit of it through. That's going to be the Prowler into the TP. Good information gained as well. Latches onto one of the FPX players outside, and Angel. Tablet in his hands there, looking like they're gearing up, ready to go. Here we are, outside hookah. The utilities drop down, but there's the orbital strike to split them up. Pushes them away. The stun as well on top of it. This attempt has been slowed down, and Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds in this one. They need to be finding these kills, but it's FPX. Once more opens it through.
These players are just too sharp right now. Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock has gone against them, it's all Xiao. What's he at the moment, 9-1 or something?
This guy's on fire.
Xiao and Sugetsu, the two players who are holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Yeah. Unkillable.
Right, I can feel it. The momentum behind FPX. These guys in the grand finals, Josh, all on the line. History will be made on either side of these teams, but just a better read for now.
Yeah, gonna go into a short tech pause here as things get sorted out. It does give PaperX some time to consider, at least within themselves, what's been going wrong. But FPX have come out with a great game plan. And Bren, I think the map pool discussion that the desk was having is so important because, again, we have another team, PaperX now, Loud last time, that make it to the finals whilst only winning on 3 maps. Fracture, Bind, Haven. I suppose they did win on Ascent, but they were forced to ban it in this series. So out of the 5 that they're going to be playing, 2 are complete unknowns. And that always creates a very different feeling for both of these teams.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Tom made the point on the desk as well prior to this one. When it gets to this point into the tournament, it doesn't really happen where a team is favored on these maps as well. You make it to this point, honestly, your map pool is deep enough that you can take teams, even if they are theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX played against Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic, you would assume, favored on Bind. And yet FPX came out, they won the pistol, they won the bonus. They're just incredible at keeping momentum going. They don't give you an inch to breathe, and PaperX have only lost 3 key rounds here. The rest all anti-ecos.
But it's snowballing, isn't it? Just waiting as well, getting a restart on one of the players' PCs. Just give you a quick update here with the tech pause. But there needs to be an answer from PaperX. Something to make it work with this Euro composition. Right now, Forsaken sitting at 0-6.
Yeah, and And I think the biggest problem for them is they're struggling to figure out when FPX are in a vulnerable position.
Yeah.
FPX will throw a little bit of utility at the beginning of the round, then they'll try and contact take some areas of the map. And once they actually execute, it's too late. It's been awesome seeing the crowd out here for the first time for a Masters level event. We've been seeing creativity.
Bad timing.
Creativity and passion. The community is awesome.
It is really sick to see, isn't it?
For the first time that they're coming together.
Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well, finally.
To crown a Masters winner.
We'll be getting, hopefully, into the round shortly. Like you said, Josh, you know, a bit of a breather for FPX, I think. At times they felt like the people's champions as well from the cheers that we've been hearing. These guys, they've stolen everybody's hearts, I think, with just their play style.
I want to take a look, though, at one of the big feature matchups you're going to be seeing here. And one of them being this Raze head-to-head that you've got in Bind. Jing, Zipan, in terms of their run throughout this tournament, you know, Jing has been all the way up at the top, who everybody's been talking about, right? On the other side of things, you've got a player that flexes around a little bit, isn't always playing the big entry role, but has still put up extremely good numbers. Listen, I would expect Jing to be running away with this because he's been playing all of those big positions where he can trade off the Seiken, get aggressive, but Zipan's just quietly been putting up excellent consistency throughout the event. And his road has been arguably more difficult with so many more matches to play. But this is going to be a fantastic head-to-head throughout the series. And
yeah, Jing has been obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of FPX that you expect. You know, those heavy hitters for Seiken and Jing. Really just all the resources put behind him. And Zipan, I mean, honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX, it's spread quite evenly. Normally it's Xiao and Seketsu are at the top, and they're playing the more supportive roles in general. But hopefully heading back into the action soon enough here, you can see this face-off between these two teams.
And specifically within Bind here, as we look to get going again very shortly, specifically looking at Bind, Jing has been the one that's been able to find some level of value. But Forsaken is always the tip of the spear, and that tip has been broken off, and it's pretty hard to beat FPX with just a staff of wood.
Sure.
You need a better weapon than that.
Yeah, especially when Doom Rose has been up all night prepping. When you heard him in the post-game interview, the guy was saying, I was up until 4:30 a.m. prepping, woke up early in the morning prepping.
Yeah.
That was yesterday, I mean.
And I'm sure that Alex has been doing a similar level of grind.
Of course.
But FPX have been a difficult team to prep against because they're willing to throw very similar comps, but with a slight twist. And that's what you've got here. Xiao making his move over from Fade to Sage introduces this even slower, even more soul-sucking variant of their default.
Well, it looks like hopefully the issue is resolved. We are going to be getting back into the action here. 6 rounds in a row for FPX. We'll see if FPX picking up their sleeves. Obviously, time to reflect on what's happened thus far.
And it looks like they're going to go for some short aggression here as well. Rifles back in their hands, round 7. You've got to hold the momentum here. This is where you need to put one on the board.
Yep, fault line's going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
But just trying to trigger a response, a reaction out from FPX.
match झाली की सांग येतो मी.
Carved in stone.
हाँ?
Look at how far
match
back
झाली
they
की
are.
सांग
Just
येतो
looking
मी.
at that mini-map. I mean, not willing to give anything
हाँ
up.
हाँ झाली की सांग.
He's obviously lurked his way into this, a bit of a forward position, but now
WhatsApp
contact
text
re-clear. It's a triple face. All these players, are they going to be able to catch this? It's a position they know. The Angels played this way before, but the crosshair placement just immaculate mind free. Not ready for E4, and even 2 kills. The clone finding it a little bit there. The flash just to block the vision. The kill does go their way, but finally the response by FPX already moving their way in.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up here. He had a timing. He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage wall popped down by Xiao as well. Trying to stop anybody that would be on the A site, but that's not where Divine and Jing are coming from.
Can they really still play this one with the Viper's pit up? Sage were blocking a portion of it. The money's not good on the side of Divine and Jing. The percentage play, honestly, is going to be the save.
And that's a heartbreak.
Yeah.
You're 0-6 down and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the FPX teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too. FPX are starting to dig into that mentality. When Benkai went for the first challenge, nobody there ready to trade, nobody ready to back him up. All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PaperX.
No.
Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies onto Mindfree. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing's not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah, bit of a solo play for them, and right back into it, of course. A bit of a pause at the tempo. This time, though, it is a timeout from PaperX.
A tactical one.
Yes.
And Alex is going to be barking out orders.
And honestly, it does feel like, Josh, PaperX has been getting baited into this incredibly passive hold. I mean, you made the comment, FPX carved in stone, it seems like, with their positionings on the minimap so far back, playing around cave and market, just willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early to try and bait out that aggression by PaperX, and it has worked, it felt like, almost every single time.
FPX are never going to make a rash decision.
No.
They are always going to ponder and think and make sure that they have it exactly how they like before they commit to a push.
Nice
and I think PaperX had the right idea a few rounds ago, going for a slower play, get an operator perhaps in Forsaken's hands, and try and force FPX to exec into you. Take some area of the map, like showers for example, and just try and hold on to it. You don't need to necessarily push out further, although you can see a couple of pings on the map here from PaperX's side.
Babsi.
That were highlighting the kind of area that Angel's been playing in when they take showers.
Sure.
No players there looking to punish yet, though. And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage, but there is at least a rifle in Devi's hands.
Jing could do some solid work with it. And honestly, at this point, you got to just get that one round on the board, I think. That shift of momentum. Maybe one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time that PaperX have been able to play on the stage together.
Yeah, very true. But having players away from them never stopped them in the past.
Football taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hookah. A bit of a flash and a play into it. Angel has to dodge it though. But Hookah control is going to be gained. Now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into it. Zipan is going to be satcheling away. Another one in play to try and set himself up, but the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds an opening. Control still along, and a second one. Jing ripping off the heads, Forsaken from behind, a pincer to try and make the moves. Angel, rifle in hand, 3 kills, all lining up from, and Sugetsu follows it up once more.
Angel has just pulled out the most almighty clutch there to get them into this round, to get them favored here. Can Benkai, the IGL on PaperX, do anything similar? Only a Marshall in his hands. It was looking so good.
What a difficult ask it is. Weapon's not ideal, a bit of a jiggle, information going to be gained. He's going for the no-scopes, but of course, perfect timing with the swings. Sugetsu takes the crossfire, another one on the board. Brutal for PaperX.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel, huh? He gets a 2K in one of the previous rounds when they're pushing him at showers, and then pulls this off when his team is in a horrible spot. Grabs a 3K on the site. And I thought to myself, Brent, that's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round aggression.
Sure.
They flooded into Hookah, and that's exactly what PaperX were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish, but not even that round has been working. PaperX must be scratching their heads at this point. Yeah. This time though, PaperX's players in showers have avoided the 0 point. Is this going to bait over aggression from Angel?
Trying to find it, Angel! Who has replaced this guy, man? Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
It's everyone from FPX. It's
my.
everybody. They can't miss a shot.
And why not? Flex on him. 400 credits down the drain to try and get the high ground advantage. Just down to Benkai once more. This is absolutely brutal stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters Copenhagen. And PaperX are getting choked out. They're not being given a chance. PaperX keep wanting to land these big haymaker blows, and FPX just back off and commit to the chokehold. They've just been strangled out of this game.
And it was a question that we were putting up time and time again over this tournament. That is such a nasty shot.
Oh, that's filth.
And Angel, I mean, this guy, don't get me wrong, he had a slow start to the tournament. But the past few series, he's leveled up, elevated. I mean, he's one of the oldest players we've got at the event. At this point, the oldest. That experience, I think, just showcasing itself here.
Yeah, playing against some very young players on the other side as well. And Angel is certainly challenging the narrative that your skill fades away as you get older. It really isn't a matter of reflexes. It's a matter of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been there for so long. And he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone, down short. Trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel and Sugetsu refuse to bite.
Bit of a kill coming through, but through the walls, Angel. Oh, it's a dodgy one. The exchange of fire, eventually fighting it again. And oh, so many of these outcomes, so many of these rounds just opening up. And these first kills, it all comes down to FPX again. The slow siege. Absorbing any sort of aggression, any attempt of information. And here might be another one. The horn off to the side. Jing this time responds in kind. And they need to try and favor them. Angel still grabbing the one.
Xiao, however, has a res, and they're looking to punish Jing. He's going for it with the showstopper.
Catches onto the player, too far around the corner. And artist, the confidence is there.
Every play from FPX has an answer. And now the res comes through and suddenly it's a 4v2. One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way
Time though.
of the APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. The rolling thunder to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so low. Off to the side. You can't whip that. Myfrick doesn't find it. The plan don't deny it. He just needs to survive. And it's not enough. Sugetsu swings and shuts it down. Light at the end of the tunnel in that round. But FPX again, it gets extinguished.
It is just impossible for FPX to win right now. Take a look at the replay here. Benkai does an amazing job of spamming down Zip and killing Xiao. And the trade is just instant from Sugetsu with a second on the clock.
Time was so tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen a 13-0 in a grand final. But it's looking like it.
I mean, we said at the beginning history being made. I didn't think it was going to be this.
FPX, it feels from the style that they play, they're just... Oh, and now Angel mixes it up.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about how slow they are in these rounds, but FPX have just walked their way through showers with still a minute 15 to
work with. But Benkai's there ready and waiting. Orbital strike to try and clear out that space. Force the positioning, but Forsaken, he's in trouble. The flash to try and swing through Zipan. Oh, bullet to the side of the head.
Awkward timings, awkward timings. FPX just cannot get a read of how this flow of the game is happening. Angel right now in full control, the puppet master.
You never anticipate that, the round 11 conditioning coming through. But it's a fast approach once more. The footsteps being heard, the season to the nade. Zipan around the corner. Avoiding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that ult, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still ticking. FPX is the 4v4, but trying to retake into this one. The Viper Orb again impeding them, they can't get through it. Bogged down by other utility, a stun off to the side. The shot's just not coming through, the confidence is lacking. And Xiao, what a star this guy has been.
FPX just have a wealth of
Ada.
players who are willing to make
Akra
moves like
zero.
that and come up with the goods. Sugetsu still only has one death, friend. We've played 11 rounds and Xiao and Sugetsu both feel unkillable. And look at the heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak.
Anguish.
And FPX have no mercy. None whatsoever.
12th round. One absolute killing blow that would be. Not quite, of course, but definitely feel the analyst that's going to be scrambling for opportunities. But this is going to be the shower scrunch. Plays being made. FPX finally with the advantage they were looking for.
The first time that the set players worked, and Forsaken choosing to commit to the aggression now knocks things back with only one player advantage for PaperX. So far, in the tournament, they've been amazing in these situations, but this map has been a completely different story.
Yeah, what is the response? What is the answer to this one? One round on the board doesn't leave much of a buffer when you head into that second half. And again, Sipan, Xiao, perfectly happy to just let the time pressure accumulate over the course of the round. It's slow and methodical.
The lower the clock gets, though, the better Mindfreak and Benkai's ultimates become. And so for FPX, if they want to close this out perfectly, they need to find these players over by Lamps.
No way, Sipan with the one still to trade the return. Vi will find it. Haunt off to the back, but this lurk into the back of the site. Oh, it's so unsuspecting. The spike drop down, players finding it. Benkai, has he got the read here? Watching it as a game of timings. Into the back of it, 17 seconds in the round. The play is being made. A bit of pace now injected. Xiao, wall in play, spike in his hand.
The ult.
Rolling button to try and deny, and that is going to be enough time. You just need to survive, Benkai. You just need to survive. 2 seconds left into it. And he does get it. The first round on the board. The final round of this first half.
And it's such a hollow victory for PaperX. Not even keeping the player alive to rejoice at the end.
Yeah.
They are going to need a miracle to get back into this game. And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's send it down to our analyst desk to break it all down from what we've seen thus far.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly there, Brandon Sideshow. A bit of a slaughter. Do you guys think maybe anything to do with nerves here, perhaps, on the side of PaperX?
I mean, absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd rooting for you, at least half of the crowd rooting for you, it's definitely very different. Jing's first time stepping on the stage as well, for sure.
So it has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind, because it's not their gameplay that's lacking, because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they've sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here. Sugetsu and Xiao Bala, they're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything that's going to be doing. They played a very passive hold. This composition that's there for PaperX forces them to play this more aggressively. And then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed him most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, PaperX have got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like, the moment you put him on Brimstone, the moment you put him on Bide, the man just wants to be the opening fragger. Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man, he finds a way. Think about over in Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's your controller player, and you've got 2 of your other support players just popping off. It's an unbelievable performance from FPX.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against PaperX, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes, and guess what? PaperX does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately confidence gets shook against PaperX.
The worry for me now, though, is that so far in this tournament, they've only lost 1 map, and they were not bodied on it. So for PaperX, this is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily, this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brandon Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how PaperX can get back into this one.
That's certainly the question, isn't it? But FPX are no strangers to being the narrative killers. They knocked out Japan in groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, that 2-time title spot, no, that's been denied as well. These guys have been battling it all the way through the lower bracket since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken, though, aggressive on the attack. Starting to build the confidence.
But still, the crossfire FPX, it's too much. Artis and Angel finally dealing with one of them. The pop flash round the corner, Devi. Confidence back under their belts, but it's down to the 2v2. Spike, it's got to be planted here. The players are low. Snakebite off to the side. Devi almost going down.
3 HP there. He'll die to a cold breeze.
आगे बब
Positioning is not there right now for FPX, but Shaun to get to.
One of the other problems is Mindfreak's looking towards long. They have no idea where these players are coming from.
Timing is absolutely everything. Positioning known, still goes for the swing. And the shot still being found, Xiao. This guy, an absolute menace in the clutch. Over and over again. And if there was any hope of PaperX making their way back in this map, oh boy, scattered to the winds with that pistol round loss.
Xiao winning another 1v2 situation to put his team up onto map point. He has been clinical with these. Winning tons of 1v1s. He's winning a third of 1v2s. That is
unreal.
Superstar clutch level performances. And that is it, the record broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of any Masters event. And I think they're trying to cut it short here.
Yeah.
They want to go home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
These guys have been battered and bruised, fighting their way to get to this point with substitutes. But plays still being made. PaperX not slowing down. The confidence is there, right into the back of the site. Forsaken with the 2 kills they needed.
Spike planted.
Now Artis and Zipan look to retake. They know there's a player close.
Still trying to fight this one. A bit of run and gun in play.
Both incredibly weak.
Yeah, does Artis still want to play for this one? That's the question.
It's going to be a new situation for FPX. Usually they're the people that...
निकल
Usually they're the team that defines the pace on these second rounds. But of course, PaperX, they had to go for something aggro.
What an answer.
And the crazy part here is, Bren,
Ada.
the attack side of PaperX on this map is
Imagine
really
तुझी
good.
मॅच नाही कधी पलची
But I
झालती
don't think we're
12
gonna be able
11
to see too
1
much
12
of it
12 ला
unless
गेलती
they are
तसं
utterly
जर इथं झालं तर
There is no buffer with the rounds whatsoever. It has to be 10 straight for it to
imagine.
even be a possibility. And FPX perfectly happy again, the percentage play. Not forcing the issue. They have lots of rounds to burn to try and finally close this map out.
Heavy showers take from PaperX as they move their way forwards.
All of the players.
And they're going to meet Xiao and Sugetsu.
Utility used off into the side. The crossfire though! Gotta be wary of it. Boombot taken out. Sugetsu still with the one, but eventually cleaned out through the smoke. These players, they're weaving in and out, but down to just Angel. Smokes, there's so much confusion right now. Off onto the corner. Angel, you gotta be joking. The wallbang angle. Shots being found, but he has to shock. Luckily, favorable fight being taken there. Benkai, another one on the board, but it's getting close, Josh.
It's the biggest comeback that PaperX would have to make. You heard it from Tom when he was talking on the desk. They've only lost 1 map on their run through the upper final, PaperX. It was bind. It was bind to Optic, but it wasn't a blowout. It wasn't this. And they're used to winning. Domestically, they have been slaughtering their competition at home.
Alt lol.
Easily the best team in the APAC division. Can they dig deep? Can they dig deep in the series? Never mind just in this map.
Who's next?
अगर तू चाचा
Oh, popped off there, Forsaken, going to be trying to use that. Get a bit of information. Utility coming through, pinging into the corner. A bit of a body block in action as well. Flash it to the side. Jing with the satchel play. Xiao's positioning, not the hold, and the running and gunning. Eventually, Jing is shut down at the back of the site. Forsaken trying to, again, make his mark. But Angel returns it. It's down to that 3v3.
Angel got ult off the back of this. And there's 2 players in lamps.
Right, the positioning.
say something.
Angel with 4. And this could be it.
Yes, he
The
said you are a
killing
fucking
blow.
loser.
A kill not even needed. Molly over the top. That's going to be half under the fuse. Mindfreak, an opportunity. No one's taking it. It's all down.
Hello,
to him.
Amit bhai. Hello,
The
Amit
shot's
bhai.
not found,
सुन रहे हो
though,
क्या
and
हमारी बातें?
FPX, pure
जी, जी,
domination in map number
ये
1.
रित्या की आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही?
PaperX हार गई पहला मैच
It's an
ये
absolute
क्या आवाज नहीं आ रही?
statement opener from FPX.
पता नहीं
People
मर
were
गया क्या?
calling bind an easy win for PaperX, a guaranteed one on the board.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. FPX come in with a game
रित्या
plan,
मर
a
गया
slight
क्या?
adjustment to their
कि निकाल
composition,
दिया?
and demolished their opposition. Every part of that was utterly clinical.
Oh, it's so clean. And the
ये रित्या मर
preparation's
गया
been
क्या
good.
रे?
You can tell every single player of FPX. They're here to play
Amit
that
is so bowling
championship
game.
mentality.
Mike take
ए चलच बोलते की तुला बोलते काय तरी
Reason this highlight reel is so one-sided.
टेकी
Yeah, absolutely.
अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ टेकी आने
An Angel, and it ends up at the top of the scoreboard. Just choosing to take the game into his own hands, especially in the final round there, to be able to get the ult online, destroy the post-plant setup, and carry that forwards. FPX have everything going for them right now, despite the 2 map veto disadvantage that they came into the grand finals with.
Just absurd. An absurd performance overall as well. And honestly, it's only going to get harder, isn't it, for PaperX? You're heading into the map pick of FPX. Let's send it down to a short break. On the other side of things, our analyst desk is going to be setting up the rest of this series in the grand finals.
लिटरली मैं सेकंड राउंड बोल रहा आफ्टर शॉट मार ये सब Yeah, I am supposed to.
मेरे को मंजे इनवाइट कर
मंजे भी इनवाइट करो
तू तो खेल रहा था ना इसको यश कौन
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team.
अमित को बुला देगा
Learn more on Red Bull Campus Clutch.
ब्रो माइक
इसका
यश का
क्या मेरे माइक से कुछ आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ बहुत
क्योंकि अभी मेरी आ रही है ठीक से।
हाँ इन गेम आई मैंने म्यूट कर दिया।
हाँ
क्यों? Nope.
कि मेरी आवाज आ रही है क्या तेरे को?
ए कॉम्पी लगाओ कॉम्पी
नहीं आ रही
कॉम्पी रैंक अप मैच है मेरा
क्या अमित का रैंक अप मैच है हाँ हमें अब तो आयरन करने वाला
ओह माय गॉड
सिल्वर
नो व्हाट इज योर रैंक सिल्वर 2 कितना नीचे
कभी होता है
your rank rating value will be 25% lower
अनरैंक है ना साले तू
आज लो क्या कहते हैं लॉग वाली लॉबी में
5 स्टैक
में ऐसा ही कब मिलता है
नहीं कई बार ज्यादा भी मिलता है
मतलब हम चारों की गलती है
यस लगेज हाँ तुम कौन सेम हियर इसी इतना क्या गंदा खा लिया
no non-vegetarian yeah is the feeling
no
मेरे में 4 seconds है Convex Bulldog Radiant Crisis Phantom Rush Judge Hacks something called Hacks
for Yoru, we were all very excited to see it come out. But what went wrong or right?
It is competitive.
But can you aim?
You go.
But can you aim though?
You can and still aim better. You just flip three and it was one.
And it was really
Can you
difficult
get
for any of the players, I think, on PaperX to get going.
सभी स्टेज पे रखते हैं जिसको जो आएगा वो खेलेगा
No.
अमित का रैंक अप भूल गया क्या?
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see how far Xiao was
बाद में अमित रूट ही जाएगा
नहीं खेलो जो अच्छा है ऐसा कुछ नहीं
that Optic didn't read before either, and I was going to pull a clip
क्या बोल
later where Optic walked straight
अरे
into
हार गए तो हार गए
has had what less than 24 hours to know what those traps are and not step in them. That's very impressive.
I think the thing is
क्या?
It's just that clearly
मैं ले रहा था
I think they
तुम्हारा वॉल्यूम बहुत कम है यार.
I've even looked into what they would have to do if they faced off against her, and I think
initiator
यस भाई क्या खेल रहे हो?
he's a sweaty nerd. He's
Message.
there all night long, and he goes, "Do you know what? I found these few things."
मैं क्या?
यार मला कोणाचाच आवाज येत नाही. मला कोणीच आवाजच येत नाहीये.
Yeah, the one
Okay,
area.
वाइपर के.
I mean, as we heard before from Dubros, they were doing a bit of trash talking back and
Viper
forth.
की वो
And I mentioned
KG
that Angel
है.
was really determined
Yes.
to out Yoru Forsaken, but it wasn't just
Because we don't have
it was a little bit
smokes.
uncharacteristic here. Divine also didn't have the best
Hmm?
map either. Here, these stats, quite frankly, it's just not something we've seen from them.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, when your entire identity is being countered by FPX, how does any player
मैं
get
क्या
there when that
उसका
is
स्मोक कैसे
the
डालते
entire
हैं?
scrapbook revolves around being aggressive, being able to
Mhm.
put people off.
Yes,
the
skip,
focus on
skip,
the
skip हो
mid-game.
गया.
We saw Dirk's perspective as well, but
कौन सी दुनिया में
the
जी
your
रहे हो?
stuff that
Like
Forsaken
DS
usually goes for, which is
DS
aggressive, didn't work early, and then
कौन है?
ever since then, these first 2 rounds basically, where he goes for the TP to the TP.
No.
Ever since then, look at the TP right here. It's all the way back in heaven. It's all the way back behind triple. He's consistently throwing it in ways that are not aggressive and obviously on attack.
You know what? I used to play Omen.
It was a little too far gone. Super passive TP placement is not the typical thing that you see from Paper X on that defensive
The other
side.
thing as well is the goal is almost to make your opponents uncomfortable to the point where they're either
I
having
did
to
tell you
aggressively
that.
rush somewhere or almost avoid you completely.
And then he was
That
like,
never
who taught
happened.
him?
FPX were
And I was
laser
like,
focused
Tension.
across the entirety of the map, and because of that, it made Forsaken uncomfortable, which I don't think we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think both Bren and Shine
Injured है
hit
क्या?
the nail on the head when they're like, oh man, I think the PRX players get itchy. You know, they can't sit still. It's one of those things that you can
हाँ
really
मैं sorry hey टेकी
I think that's
गराज में ट्रिप
what
लगा
FPX has now. We wondered,
तो
could
क्या
there
होता है
be
वो
a team?
कैमरा?
Hello.
Hello.
गराज पे ये लगा और सी आ जा और बस डार्ट करना हाँ
Maybe a little reverse engineering of
Yeah.
the pace.
Life है.
PRX are looking more consistent there.
ये
They've given us a preview of what it looks like to counter.
Yeah,
टेकी सी पे
this is what I
उसका ये
always
तोड़
say. It's
दो
a marathon. It's a
ठीक
we're going
है
to be a sprint.
उसका बस
We
डार्ट
could be
करना
here
डार्ट
for a
डार्ट
while. And while we're at it though, we're going to take a look at the aim lab.
Because that is
We have
done.
the fan zone here. In the forum, a lot of fans went to try their hand to see what kind of score they could get here. Yeah, this is not bad so far. What do you guys think?
One tapla.
Honestly, I think someone needs to kick him off and
Ollie.
make him a little bit better.
So when chamber is.
The right sense. Dang, yeah, actually.
I mean, I heard CNET is in the building, Mixos in the building, we've seen the G2 Gozen girls in the building as well. Anyone out there want to go have a go?
Nice one
Throw him up that bad.
Hey,
Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, let
You
post
get
Hello.
Zaz on the decks.
Yeah,
like,
no,
stand
ये
up.
बी वाला में बी पे बैठ रहा हूँ बी पे
Maybe he's going to destroy some of the scores.
Spike planted.
Down in I am sure.
Wait.
But as we've been saying, potentially
भाई तुम ऊपर क्या कर रहे हो दोनों
to icebox here,
Body block.
where, you know,
No,
traditionally I think
it's okay.
Bala, you said that you were feeling
तीन
like this
जन
match
हेलन
was
क्या
going
कर
forward
रहे
to
हैं
FPX.
Yeah, well, I think
Heaven जाने की तैयारी.
this map because the last 4 times they played it's been against Fanatics, and obviously we're going against a monstrosity of a rock in that map. So I think that they're really comfortable. I really like the fade that they've been implementing on this map more than I
क्योंकि
think I've
कैमरा
seen
लिया तो
before.
खरीदो
Trying
खरीदो
to
सब
implement the
खरीदो.
fade on this map.
Do you think they bring back the Yoru on Icebox? I know
कैमरा
this is
लगा
a big
कैमरा
understatement, but they
लगा वॉल
don't
मत
bring
करना
back
वॉल
well, then if they make
इधर
those
लगाओ
minor
क्या लगाओ
adaptations that have been made to play themselves into the story, the Shell wasn't running the Faye before,
Are we-
recording, that was a
Right.
ये बात कर रहा है
do the FPX special and go, we're going to change our entire composition, our entire
तेरी
identity.
बात है.
They've been able to do that from this. So I wonder if there's micro
नहीं
changes.
रिव्यू
One of the
थोड़ा
things that we saw not in the last
Oh,
match going back to
review.
his raise, on this map I don't want him to. His sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is, like we saw in the last map, he's so ready for any of that sort of shenanigans is the way I put it. So if he's going to be trying to play like that again, he's still
पीछे
good
से आ
for
रहा
a
है,
relative
Oman
standard,
पीछे
but
से आ रहा
now
है.
we need to see if it will still work when teams are ready for it.
I do have a bit of a scary stat for you guys here. This is as far as I can see the way that it goes back.
अरे बाकी किधर है बच्चा
They play quite a few best players. They have a lot of experience in best players. But out of the times they've lost the first
Last player standing.
Nice. Garage also, sir. Garage also. Shit,
yeah, quarter of the time. But usually they win their best of 5 3-0. They are clean when it comes to best of 5. But somehow when they go one map down, things don't
long term martial
away. But the saving grace is most of the time this is kind of the we're throwing back.
I completely ignore that era of paper.
Yeah.
Because it goes against my narrative of, better against the EU teams and stuff like that. Because last year it was definitely different. And obviously they've learned so much since then. I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox. This is their league. For whatever we can say about, FPX, whatever. This is PaperX weakest map. This map. It's the one that they do lose.
Which is why I was interested in the target ban, sort of taking away an uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, ooh, let's get rid of too uncomfortable for us, rather than trying to get it had either Icebox or Ascent on my list. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this, you have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Brendan and Josh were talking about how PaperX only won on 3 maps at this event. And so you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things. Think about how that makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking FPX may have a chance, is because PaperX looked slightly uncomfortable in the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing, and we saw it again on Bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually, since Icebox they really do have that many
coming C,
like that, maybe they'll go back.
Coming C, or
into the Prime Gaming agents select FPX. They've liked to try a lot of stuff here, but what are you expecting from PaperX, Tom?
I think in the past they were still running their jet combination alongside the chamber.
Hey, garage.
We'll see if they stick to that or maybe try and switch things up a little. It's going to be exactly the same. I don't necessarily mind that. I think the way Jing plays, say, just said, is very, very different. But this also gives
shit, yaar. Garage window se aaya.
Spike planted.
What the hell?
है अमित है garage मर गया किधर प्लांट कितना ट्रायड भाई ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी है ना
I think it's going to be so important for them because when he does it, he's an absolute
Divide on the chamber. I mean, I love some of the shots.
यार जैसे वो यूरो आया ना वैसे मुझे ना
Just because it's not one of his main agents that he does take into the pool, but on maps where for him to
सेव करना है क्या
he's been stepping up and being a quiet monster with the two of them.
Winner 2
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Diffuse.
Even when they play versus Fnatic was unbelievable on the defensive side.
Same story for us. I also think the KO interactions can be interesting because we have Chamber on the other side.
अच्छा सुनो साइड में छोड़ो
But they also have
बहुत
objectives, so
टाइम
it's one player where you have to find out which one is on either side. And I think that will be a difficult thing for FPX when both these guys are so
I asked you this before, Bala. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX if they can have that prep, but they don't have that much prep of this Icebox. So is that an advantage?
I think hiding the strats on Icebox is
अगर तुम तुम्हारी बात कर रहे हो तो
the momentum being in FPX's side, I may have just jinxed them.
Well, the momentum was really building for the side of FPX on map 1. Bren and Sideshow, let's see if they can keep that up in map 2.
Don't peek, wait.
मंजा तो करेगा
Yes, let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand final.
101 tag.
These guys have been Fnatic the entirety of stage 2.
Your chamber.
Fortunate, haven't they? And now an opportunity for them to potentially go 2-0 up in our grand finals if they can carry that momentum forward.
जी पूरा खाली है
Yeah, no one really expected them to be here. They are the underdog. They believed in themselves, of course. Even with a stand-in, they were saying.
Heaven रुक रहा हूँ, heaven मत आना.
But I think this is their opportunity to really deny the chance.
हम लोग स्प्लिट है वो हार्ड को अपन तुम पे पूरा भरोसा है
Pistol round on the way. PaperX got to be playing with a bit of confidence here. Engage already on the top of 410. Forsaken. Space being taken. Off to the side, throwing off with your head, Hardis. What a shot. Walls already upside. Situation, but
129 chamber, 30 women.
Broken down bit by bit.
Chamber ले लो इधर.
Shots rattled off. Benkai.
They finally got another piece of it, but
fuck
yeah. As well.
Chow just trying to stick it halfway. You cannot be kidding me, man. Off of it in the end. Push it forward. The vulnerability applied. And PaperX They return back.
Skin देके
Around the board and it's the pistol.
Huge start.
मैं एक खेलूं क्या?
अपना अपना साइड छोड़ना नहीं and
ए पे रिवील दे दूंगा मैं बराबर से, बस फिर ध्यान देना तुम लोग। ए पे रिवील देता हूं मैं।
ठीक है, मेरे को बैकअप दे जरा स्टीप है, मैं स्मोक करता हूं। सी They're making noises. See, yeah. Wait. Just wait.
एक मिनट यार। बाबा उसको
Reloading. Here on the global stage, the opportunity to try and grasp it.
अरे भाई। गराज
Right there as well. Getting run down by Shao. But that's easily traded by the rest of the team.
Actually giving it all up. Still doesn't matter, does it?
Gets 2 deaths on the board. Far quicker than previously.
एकदम गराज विंडो के बाहर हुआ है सो।
FPX starting things off with a bang here on Icebox.
That's
And their composition has a lot of aggressive elements to it. You look towards the chamber.
तो वो अंदर ही है गराज।
हाँ, सो वो नहीं इसमें
एसो अंदर है
तो भाग गया।
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Be careful.
30 seconds left.
Little mid to B setup. A set play perhaps coming out on the bonus here.
One over the top.
Nice.
No play's been
No,
revealed.
baby spike.
Cloudburst just cutting off that angle and sit down. What a shot.
Using the information that was given to him by Angel. Perfectly. But it's an instant pivot.
We gave you a buff.
Not wasting time here with the wall being straight up. Shao. Oh, she's taking out fight the spray.
Wow, Bob. And what the fuck am I doing?
Starting to get done.
What an awesome finish by Shao to be able to get one back off.
Mike's not even down as well, Josh.
High moves forward.
मैं भी bottom fragging बोलने वाला था। Tab दबाते जान निकलना।
Regain position here. That's a good start with Spitzu falling. But it's double up again. Hold on. What a play being made, but now shut down, still denied. The buyer out of FPX, it goes their way.
Good control by FPX, especially from Shao. Such a playmaker for this team, finding some impact.
Enemy spotted.
Clutches as well.
Nice.
The point of him being on top of the ball, if you start to break it, if you want to try and get the plan, Shao is going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at it.
Epe.
Spray all messy towards the wall.
इसको वॉल मत करने देना।
अरे अंदर घुस गया, कॉल तो दे।
Long पे
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Long था वो।
Last player standing.
भाई
नहीं अंडर है।
वाह, मेरे को लॉन्ग कौन बोला?
मैं बोल रहा बैक साइड हो।
ठीक है। जाओ दे हम।
हाँ बस दे।
Spike planted.
Powers just going to go to the left side of the yellow box with the wall up. Man trying to get denied there yet. The fragment. That's good.
What an awesome play.
Yeah, pushes them away.
Underhand throw from the fragment grenade, making sure that it can still tack onto the chamber.
Get that plan down though, and still Devi holding down this long sight angle. Operator and mid is being watched. Shao, what a kill to find.
Look at this swing as well. Oh, reloading. I thought he was going to go for it.
Flash the push. Tries to make the play, but the res online. Once more, gonna hold it though. Positioning known. Half of the view. Shao wins out that fight, but can't claim the second. Paper X shrugging off the awful approach that first map that they had. Here to play now, Josh on Xbox.
Wall save करना।
Aggression was a very crucial element of how they managed to go up 8-4 against Fnatic. Completely destroys what Shao was doing. That puts FPX up to an eco. It's got to be the first eco that they've played in the series. Feels like it, yeah.
हाँ पता वो आया था। Nice. हे जान। मैं don't चांगलं कैप्चर केलं नको जाऊ मला. Hold कर.
Back that rendezvous, so has to respect it with the TP.
But there's everybody here from FPX. They're willing to
Smoking garage window.
see if they can gamble on it being an A.
यार बीच पे तो
A पे जाओ कोई A पे जाओ.
उधर ही
Position gain that season. It's latched onto him. Look at that off to the side. They know it. Now with the positioning there. Shao tries to wiggle around with the movement. The play being made. Oh, shots though. Artist still. Headhunter. This guy is a dangerous element. Rattling it off one after the other. Not going to be rewarded.
30 seconds left.
Sagan's extremely weak as well.
One enemy remaining.
No way does he survive this.
Spike spotted A.
Bringing him down to 7 HP, now to 9 across the side. The plan still not going down. But now finally they can get into it. But positioning is still there. FPX over the top. Sipan into Nest. Only has the Sheriff got a reload against the wall now. Knows roughly where the players are. Divide off to the back. But Forsaken, a great swing to try and shut down sort of that nasty business they were getting up to.
And that's an actually fairly close eco round for FPX.
कोई C खेलो.
Never afraid. And I think that speaks
Here's the wall
to
button.
to play, let's play. Despite all of the damage that got done to Forsaken, 7 health, still pushes through. The Viper still gets a trade on the
Coming C probably.
There's a watch party.
They are starting to
इधर
as are the players.
C आ रहे अपने spawn में हो सकता है moment.
They forced a timeout from FPX.
They're coming C.
Breathing now, FPX. Wondering, okay, well, I guess that has one momentum. Scoreline domination that they managed to achieve.
Bro, boy, आजा.
This is what I wanted to see, honestly, Josh, from
Spike planted.
You can't turn up to the grand finals, not be willing to play with that confidence that you've shown the entire time in Masters 2.
I totally agree. I think it was simply a case of PaperX's aggression getting countered.
Nowhere to run!
Gun काढत जा. पळत जा. काय नाही बिघडत. जा.
But we know that this team
Hey यार नव्हतं ना जात.
mid-rounded by Benkai. Awesome lurking by people like Forsaken even when he's on the
कुछ
chamber. And mind you, has been one of, if not the best clutcher in the tournament. You'll have to have that discussion with Xiao throughout this series. So they definitely have the other pieces to the team. It's just a matter of putting them all into place and finding a match.
Take a trip इधर लगा. C पे लगा trip. C पे लगा.
Bush, no, he's going to go for the double up just play with his knife.
Play some in hand, seeing if he can catch anybody. Just peeking their head over Boiler. No bites. Adjustment here, you can see Artist now.
Knife deployed.
Sort of force in hand. No play and that information, that jump peak.
There's barely a shred of Jing's head showcased though. He's just managing to find good information about where Artis is positioned. There are so many different angles that Artis can play. Rough area that he's run different from.
The way that they're playing this, Artist is denied. Avalanche is on pushing the sight line, and the confidence is there. One step further, all the way to the back of A. 3 kills in the round.
There they are.
He's still going. Oh, this guy wants to claim the ace. Right into it, man.
Last player standing.
And then goes into the grand finals there.
भाग दिया.
And I think it's fair to say FPX
Spike planted.
Just look at the
cover going down.
Wow.
What a punish onto Artis, who had a prowler going towards him, no one online.
I'll survive adventure too.
Just
Can't
keeps
say the
going,
same for
keeps
fragile
going.
units.
Yeah.
This is that trademark aggression. It's in all the time as well. Shut down once more. The fight being taken instantaneously. A dash forwards and his paper is looking to capitalize. They want to take space off of this.
Control by Xiao. But overall, I mean, Forsaken is just so far forward. They are
Omen बाहेर
swings, but that does mean there's only 2 players on site.
भाई
So could get dicey.
And the risk,
Still could get dicey.
the risks that they've taken may come back to bite them here. Getsu with a Vandal.
Yep, picked it up, acquired it, a bit of an upgrade for him.
And not just that, the ultimates here.
Yeah, Nightfall for Nightfall, traded out across the board to swing again. But it is the post-plant setup. Mindfreak has it ready and waiting. The Orb Angel solo, and that will do the job. It got incredibly close. Speaks elements, I think, to the power behind these FPX players, the individual talent that they can make that close, even when they're all those
Last player standing.
They're up 6-1. But you can tell the tendency is to keep going and keep going.
I'll shut them down. Until then,
for FPX,
survive.
Their players can't hold the sides here. They're getting overwhelmed. And what was working so fantastically for FPX on their attack side, Vine, this ability to punish the aggression just hasn't been coming through.
I mean, Forsaken's instantly updrafted and dashed forward to try and punish this Viper's Pit. It's almost like they were ready for it. And look, forced up the high ground, Togetsu has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
Do they get it as well? Not quite.
It's like timing the spam with the Vandal. It reveals him for Forsaken. Wants to try and take the fight anyway. Moves through.
I am going heaven.
That slow off.
Benkai having to recover the spike and finds a kill to respond as well. Bring us back into a 3v3. These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for some kind of mid-round. Mindfreak has a position at bottom tube.
हमें हील चाहिए मेरे को हील चाहिए कोई है तो हील
कैसे हील लेगा तेरे
Spike planted.
मैंने मारने से पहले
not necessarily
last player standing.
मुझे कोई देख लेते जाते हैं
Last round in the half.
ये तो जीते नहीं
A good response exactly when needed for FPX. Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round. Being able to collect that flank from Mindfreak alert through mid. It also immediately told them that it was going to end. As soon as you see the Viper push through mid like this, you know that they're trying to wrap a player that's Angel. And Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Neither do.
Deployed.
Great answer, FPX.
I think you just heard Angel say as well, get the orb, and Artist says, yeah, I have.
So अभी वहाँ पे
We've seen this in prior matches.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already free firing. Forsaken's one
Sage और Sova यहाँ पे Sova से आ रहे 134 Sage.
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
Oh, 93 का slump. Easy win.
Viper's Pit is down. FPX want to be fighting over this one. 2 for nail, but the positioning. Togetsu reveals it. The Trace is just showing exactly where he might be, and Devi is doing all sorts of work.
निकला ना रहा
ये किधर लगा कैमरा
This one's Zipan off to the side. Where did that come from? 3 kills. What a play! Can't reset it enough though. Benkai finally shuts this guy down. A menace. An absolute.
Where are you? Why are you
in this round? And finally,
Chi.
push the players back. No sound cues online.
Woman garage में
Oh man.
Go see push करो
ए पड़ा उसको एक गोली पड़ी
चेंबर इधर था
अरे ये तो मारो ये उधर ही है नाइस
Finally able to deny show in the clutch.
Also. Gun here.
ही लेके नाइस टेक इट
एक गैराज में चेंबर रहेगा
It's just a gorgeous 3. But throughout that entire round,
अरे क्यों?
determined to get the spike down. In only
One enemy remaining.
and I think FPX are already
एक
reaching
पीछे से
Last player standing.
they are dumping into the position.
एक रुक जा मत जा.
They're never afraid of anything else.
नाइस. बहुत बढ़िया. मेरा गन है वो. मेरा गन से तेरे को किल आता है.
नहीं, तेरे गन से एक किल लिया बस.
वो चेंबर का बच्चा नहीं क्या कॉर्नर में बैठा है भाई. मैं उसको देख रहा था. साला वोमेन को कौन देख रहा था तेरे को शायद. उसको कौन सा.
अगर वो चेंबर का बच्चा तो चेंबर कौन है?
तू.
Of course. इसका बच्चा.
यहाँ में चल दिख रहा नहीं इतना. टेक इट बैक स्टेप लगा इधर.
तेज में डोर.
और छिपा के लगाया रे इसको. ये इतना एग्रो क्यों कर रहा है?
One each in the round, and that gives FPX the player advantage.
जा सी जा.
एक पीछे से आ रहा है.
104 सोवा. टेक इट. नाइस. और एक उधर. और एक सेज ब्लू उधर. नाइस. और एक राइट.
Player standing.
ब्रो.
अरे
सारे उधर क्यों आए?
मैंने किधर बोला था.
अरे मैं तो फाइट लिया उससे. 2 आए. एक को मारा भागने की कोशिश में. सब आ गए.
क्या
है? अरे वो काम हमारा ही था.
वही ना. वो ओमेन पीछे से आया आगे.
बेबी मैं बराबर एंट्री घुसा था.
I don't.
Babya, go and check what's up.
Every eco has been so dangerous.
क्या?
What the fuck, bro? ठीक है छी साले है नहीं क्या तेरे पे.
तो भेज क्यों रहा है?
मुझे देखना है.
इधर लगा ना ट्रिप तेरा.
वो ट्रिप पे नहीं आते.
मिड चल रहे.
अरे आते ट्रिप तो लगा.
अरे अमित भाई. ये
Spike down A.
बोले ना वो ट्रिप पे नहीं आया. तो सामने से मार के जा. भड़वा.
रुक जा.
ओमेन उधर है.
बंदूक.
चल.
इसका बंदूक किधर है?
मैंने एक है.
क्यों? तुमसे बंदूक नीचे के. तेज मिड पे थी.
You cannot predict Jing, and look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake. Applying so much pressure before Sugetsu's even a fraction. Oh my goodness! And just playing with it, FPX have gone from getting crushed on by to playing with their food on Icebox.
Relentless. It's like we're watching a different team.
Last player
Fuck, man.
भाई वो चेंबर का बच्चा दौड़ते मारता है.
Entire team of FPX.
They're just diaries.
Issues players
मैं आवाज उठाऊं.
in isolation. This is Jing's first time playing on the stage. Grand finals.
Becky, please go and shit.
क्यों? तेरी जेब अटकती है तो तू रोता है. नहीं तू तो रोता है.
Aware of the aggressive play by Artist, launched across the ropes.
Wait.
ट्रिप लगा बे.
किधर लगा?
चलो सब गराज.
वही ना. सेव राउंड.
योरू ए पे.
Last player standing.
अबे.
Spike down mid.
साला किसी ने डैमेज नहीं दिया क्या उसको. मेरा 78 पे.
किसको? मैंने
तेज को एक डैमेज नहीं बैठा किसी.
मैंने फ्लोजा को मारा था.
How many resurrects Jing had? That's the third that I've counted.
Ailing बोलना.
He just seems to put more and more on the
78
board.
कितना होता है?
18 kills.
Ailing.
And an awesome half from Divine as well.
Absolutely. Analyst
वही ना. इजी है. उसने रिवाइव भी किया.
I think this
What
is
more
what we
can
all
you ask?
wanted to see after what happened on map
Peaches
number
are
1.
now,
We're used to seeing the Shao show, and who knew that there was a man in this tournament that can top the stunt the Shao product.
एक सेकंड हम हार रहे हैं।
Insane. What a turnaround to go from getting stomped on by
Yeah, yeah, I'm
to
sorry,
first came on stage as well, and then
कोई
to
नहीं
put up
है,
this
किन्ने दिया
performance
तूने?
on stage. Who early in the tournament he played against.
अमित किधर है? अमित किधर है? अमित किधर है? ये नाइफ कौन सा है तेरे पास?
बड़ा तेरे पास है उधर रिजल्ट कर दिया था
How dare you? Yeah.
दिखने में अच्छा नहीं लेकिन एनिमेशन
Well,
अच्छा।
assist means that he's just, capitalizing.
अरे बॉम्ब उधर छोड़ना है ना? छोड़ दिया मैंने।
I love it. Imagine you're ending
Ardos, I'm here to pick.
end off 18-10 and you're a battle stage.
एक सेकंड।
हील दे
Ardos, go pick Ardos.
Spike retreat.
Yeah, that was
You can't even predict that if you're
ए पे नहीं आना
I don't feel
Yeah.
like a lot of this
सी
is
पे जाओ
calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is definitely that freedom.
Spike down A.
अगर यार ए पे आ गए थे पूरा एक पे आके बोलता नहीं मत आओ
Timing most importantly, because some of these times where it looks like
प्लांट किए रहते यार घुस
he
के
is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and it's really
Is it in though if you go 2 and then double? Is that in?
जा ए प्लांट कर
It's only inting
इधर जा।
after you've killed
ए
the
प्लांट
second
कर
one.
जा नजदीक है घूमते बैठेगा क्या पूरा दिन
He got 5 in 1 round. That was alright. Not bad. The man does well. Look, this is a stark difference from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
previous map. Their pace is kept up.
तोड़ देता है ना भाई।
जिम उसको दे रेना को स्पाइक दे चल रेना प्लांट कर तू लॉन्ग एंगल दे
They're shaking off a bit of the nerves as well. Jump around, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage. They go, all right, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to do things.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we're moving to the
Spike down A.
This is where they kind of
जा टिकी जा जल्दी
their favor against Optic. It's a 6-hit tap.
से मारा।
तू बस में रहेगा मार दे
Last player
Fuck me.
Half as well, where they can accept the aggression really well from
उसका spike
FPX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try
10
and get back
seconds
into
left.
this match now.
Nice.
I'm very excited, Brandon Cypher, to get into the
Plant to
second
day.
half.
We'll see what answers FPX have got for us here. Heading into that
ग्रेड्स मिले रहते यार टेकी वैंडल आई रहती
रुक अमित अपने गन बेच
देखा भाई दे
आजा सच्ची में आजा ओह लुक एट हु इज ऑन टॉप
अबे गंदे
क्या गंदे
भाई दे
अच्छा मुझे लगा गंदे बोल रहा है
You want to play? Let's play.
ओह गेट डिस्ट्रॉयड फील्ड
गन किसको चाहिए थी
यश नहीं पुनीत जो भी हो हील
as expected. FPX is how they like to play on their attack.
व्हाई डू यू यस
फक
ये प्लास्टिक
अरे क्या हो जाओ ना अब इतना क्लियर तो हो गया
यहाँ पे आया सी पे आया
शिट हग दिया
अरे सी पूरा क्लियर है आओगे क्या
अरे हाँ अमित जा नहीं
अरे यार एक एंगल जगह देखने नहीं देते इधर आओ करते बैठते
FPX are gearing up for an exec here.
इजी
They want to hit A.
Ardos
Guy's already read it. Gets back into position.
मेडिकल बैट से मार रही है वो कब से
By disrupting this one. Now the Horde to the back. That is going to
ये hमेशा पीछे से मारता है
gets away with his life and a Horde for a Horde, but that is through the wall. That guy's found. What is that? Just ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly traded, still coming through and right into the snake bite. The trap
what's the bug now?
utility to cut off any sort of attempt to
Oh, look who's on top
of
figure.
a jumping round the corner. Artist gets it. Mind freak though. Still.
और इधर मुझे लगा प्लास्टिक को खेलना है
ए चूतिया आ ये रहा तो ब्लैक
अच्छा जब मैं बोलता हूँ प्लेटिनम एंशिएंट ने पहुंचाया
Taking the defuse as well and sending Paper X into double digits. And this
डरते हैं क्या और हारेंगे
like a mirror image of Bind.
कस्टम क्यों जा रहा है
Complete and utter opposite. FPX did get the plant down.
क्या मैं किधर है मैंने कुछ नहीं
Looks like they're going to go for a force as well.
इसको डीएम खेलना है क्या
To the detriment. You need to pull out something interesting.
We don't slide in the
कुछ बोल भी नहीं होगा मैं
जा रहा एक डीएम
Situation obviously not ideal, but it's about as even
I
fight as you're gonna get
versus
at this
all.
point. You need every single round you can get.
अपने को एक और लगेगा यार
लगा दो
लगाओ.
Why you here plastic? Go there. I uses all.
Viper
What are you-
trying to deny some space, probably at the back.
ये हगूतों को सब मिलके चाकू करो.
Rafters. I'm close as well. It's not going to be latching, I don't think, onto too many targets, but maybe information's gained. With the Viper walls up, no time wasted. It's pace and aggression. That's the name of the game, artists.
True
Great kill
plastic
to find
clown.
onto Jing. This guy
Why
has
so
been
true today?
so dominant over the course of this map.
Deathmatch.
Taking him out is amazing.
Warm up.
Condition. Mindfreak's going to come around up the top. They know roughly where Zipan is. What? He still finds one. Goes one off the back. And now Shao repositions.
This reposition so smart, and the flank just being watched down. Forsaken shut down. Can't make it happen.
तेरे वो skill was skins equals to skills वाली बात को सच्ची में
That's
ले
the
लिया
escape artist we know and love. He's in, he's out.
And just
नहीं
like
इतने
that,
skins खरीद ली
FPX
पर अभी तक
come
कुछ
back
नहीं.
into it, clawing their way into the map.
But still a major journey to go if they want to even draw things level here on these spots. But you can start to see how Artis is able to have much more impact on the attack side. Strangely enough, playing chamber. Pushing in at the tip with his team. Utility that they're throwing. And his job
जय
is
ओडिन
to
बाबा
get those
की.
entries.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
Fight.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
एक सेकंड पहले क्यों बोल?
Dodgy plays being made. That is the show's.
अब मैं आवाज उठाऊंगा.
Shorty play with the haunt. Shut down. I believe that was a. Still close here. Ready and waiting. Is there going to be any sort of clear? It's there.
FPX is so diligent with these.
Hello?
We saw it in the game against
वो
Optic as well.
3 headshot
They just
लगातार.
check every position.
Am I hacking?
The Paradise team always holding the crossfires, always knowing which
तेरे से
angles
तो
they
नहीं
should
होता
be
ना?
watching to help their teammates get into those spots. Incredibly good against those eco rounds. They don't let it get.
अरे इतने हाँ दिसला
That's not what's coming up right now.
Ah shit. दूसरा गन निकाल रहा था.
Good.
देखा मैंने गलती से वंडाल निकाल ली जिससे मारा नहीं. I respect the rules.
ए पीछे से कौन दिया?
That's done.
अरे नहीं. पीछे से कॉल लिया मतलब.
Wondering if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
कॉल लिया पीछे से बोलो.
अबे प्लास्टिक.
Same similar default on the defense side.
प्लास्टिक कामपुर है.
We just saw with the one over the top.
Oh sorry.
Terminated.
Jing and Forsaken holding this area free. Aggressively gives them the idea that the strong are nearly here.
अरे ये अमित जगह से हिलता ही नहीं है.
Played in the regional games, no, this tournament of course. First time they're playing ice.
डर से है क्या
Taking place,
पैंट?
the shot rattled off.
अबे
Damage was done prior. And the Benkai Vaporex, they're ripping them to shreds.
Awesome position that Benkai's
ये
holding
कौन
up
है?
there on
50
the
लगा
top.
जो भी है.
Able to throw out all of his information, play a high-low setup.
अरे मेरी गोलियां टांगों पे लगी.
Ball left in the hands of Shao, who only had a guardian.
You wanna sheriff battle me?
Squeeze, man, what a squeeze.
A great round by
I wanna
Paperex.
a lot of
Everything
battle
worked on
you.
both sides of the map. The
Which one
aggression
do
that
you
you
want?
see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running through the belt. And on the other side, your anchors, Benkai, Divide, choosing a high-low setup where they can spam down these players that are trying to take B. Everything in the game.
सोवा कौन है?
For Paperex.
हगू है ना.
Fourth an FPX timeout.
अरे नहीं रितम मर गया. Shit भागो. मैं नाइफ करने जा रहा था बड़े में. अमित में HP नहीं दे भाग गया.
Aggressively and catching them. But what they weren't ready for, with Benkai and Divide holding, stopping the
रिते तो नाइफ हो.
not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of it, but sitting back on side and sparking down. At that point, FPX already used
अरे तेरा एम खराब है कि मेरा?
Nice one, is an interesting
अरे
round.
बाप रे यस. काय?
In terms of the way the map plays out on the attack side of things, I mean, FPX were afforded the luxury
Yes ने मारा मेरे को.
to crawl on Bind when they were playing their attack side, making sure that they could absorb any aggressive plays. It's a little bit different.
नहीं होगा
There's
रिते.
a lot of bodies into the extremities have a chance of man done in these rounds.
Oh thank you yes.
Yeah, on Icebox, the attackers don't start with much map control. You don't have,
यश को तो मैं नहीं मारा
you
था.
don't have control, rather, of mid or either of the extremities early. You've got to go and take them. You've got
कोई
to go and
भगोड़ा भाग रहा है इधर.
Nice shot bug.
ये ऐसे में नहीं चलते ना पर.
Jing plodding forwards into the top, taking the rope. He's slightly slow on it this time, but they're still going to get that duo set up.
110
To get into position with Mind Freak's snakebite lineup.
Nice, 100.
Got one.
Playing this one, yes, ready and waiting.
अरे मेरा wall bang 100 बैठ, I mean headshot बैठ.
The aggression, showers again soon. The answer back in mind.
Shades of Bind for sure. We were just.
अरे भाई अमित, आड़े ताड़े हेड मार रहा अभी.
But FPX manage it immediately afterwards. FPX needs to aggressive strategy over on A. Maybe to the extent that they can go and hold pipes, sure.
नबड़ू है रे तू.
Not without one down on the other side of the map. Look at how ready they were for this.
मैं निकल नहीं पा रहा. हर
Just knew it was coming.
नहीं पीछे से आ रहे हैं.
Oh shit! I had no option. या तो मारता है या फिर मरता. हाँ मैं मारा भी और मरा भी. नहीं रिलोड. इसकी माँ का रिलोड मारा. मेरे को भी बोलो ना नाइस शॉट.
Headshot is just done, but barely any damage.
Wow, you can't be kidding me, man!
How is Zipan getting two out of that?
यार टीम अप करके भी मार नहीं पा रहा. भाई तो पैथेटिक रिस्क है ब्रो.
Kill Brian, not even going to be mattering now, turning it into that 5v3.
ए अपनी ये हरकतें अपने पास रखो.
Going for it.
I can definitely do that. Is not gay.
FPX is so diligent.
यश भाई ऐसा क्यों करते हो? क्या बिगाड़ा है तुम्हारा?
Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mike.
क्या तुम्हारा नाम यश भाई नहीं है?
And he's dead. Now he's dead. Just spam through.
आडो उसको मार दिया.
Monstrous task ahead of him.
360 होगा.
Push back the onslaught. Surrounded on almost every single side.
वो हील लेने जा रहा था.
A little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any.
Push over the rafters. Mid-bank Tiger just hit footsteps all around him. There's nowhere to walk.
Thank God Bub से मारा.
Blame him.
And Zipan gets 4 in the round. It's the first two that confused me.
Enemy down.
Up onto the box to claim his first target. Let's take a look at this.
Haruto more like Haruto.
Right between the legs.
Oh, he did. He just jumped over.
Finished.
Didn't realize he was that.
The aim and
चलो उम्मीद बढ़वा.
No, don't.
Absolutely
What
is.
the fuck?
FPX are now starting to snowball ultimates as well. They've been very diligent in these anti-eco rounds.
Oh, techie.
This is
Goodbye.
No strangers to these kind of plays being happening as well. There's a snake bite and a seize happening over towards.
Me too.
Dubai. Be our first casualty. All dropped off.
अब ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
No time wasted. Now Horns reveals the position. On the side, but still the kills. One after the other. Forsaken.
स्नाइपर लेके हिला नहीं जाता.
Given him any options. Somehow, it's come down to the 1v1. In a blink of an eye.
मरा नहीं कोई.
Variable removed. Back and now he knows it, but still. No, he's being cut down.
किया तो मेरा खत्म हो गया फिर मैं नहीं मारती.
Positioning.
Yeah, of course he does.
No
Forsaken play that one
scope.
beautifully to take PaperX up to map point. 12 on the board now. And that's a round where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft. And I'm sure he's glad he still had the updrafts available.
1 minute remaining.
On the
Got one.
Yeah.
One down.
Puts them.
अरे
You're starting to see that aggression in play. This time, though, the horn over the top, spam through the wall. This one. Nightfall pushing him back, and they're taking the fight.
Nice.
Prowler going to be denying the mission. team is helping him. All the way pushed up. They want to end it right here,
Oh my
right
god,
now.
taking nice shot.
On top of them. On top of Angel's head. Ships in the night.
नहीं मैं full अभी जैसे जिसका ना full on ace लेने के mood में nope बैठा रहे
10
उधर
seconds left.
The distraction from the back mind freak. What an opening. What a timing to catch. And it's down to Angel.
ओह भाई 1 सेंटीमीटर से मिस हुआ ये
Okay, everyone, take a test tube. Thank you. Let's collect samples and get out of here.
Mind freak and Divide to fight.
सबसे बड़ा नूबरा रहता
Crowd to fight as well.
You have watched that movie.
86 health.
Which
Does
bug?
have the spike. Silently moves his way over.
30 seconds, Josh.
30 seconds left.
He might be allowed a free plant here, Brent. He's just walking backwards though! Into the sideline of Divide. And that puts Paper X back
Hey,
level in the
let's play
series.
hide and seek.
Socks, shoes, get him back on.
Got a game to play.
छोटा map. Let's play hide and seek.
Even in the series, 1-1 apiece,
Please.
the grand finals.
कंटाला मैं
Not quite so one-sided. There's the biggest fan of
तुम्ही
Paper
खेळा
X.
आम्ही नाही
Most
खेळतो
personal.
यार मुझे कॉम खेलना है मैं जाएगी सोलो
He's
खेल
got flags for both.
क्या
है क्या
nope
That is a
We
great
are, but
response.
we don't have
Not
people.
only in the manner
Yes,
that it was
yes.
13-7, but also the level of aggression that they showcased without getting punished too
all of
much.
this person
You had all of the same diligence coming out from FPX. They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did at times. And yet you still had moments like this.
Take a risk.
Jing pulling out an ace, going for
Bro, what is Jing
Just
doing? Damn.
outlandish stuff. All over the map. Don't get me wrong, FPX
They lost
looking
first
like
map
they were
13-3.
just trying to answer back, crawl their way
He's also
into
doing good.
the map at hand. But
Shao is playing the Tedu.
and you just can't let yourself get to that kind of deficit where one eco
Why?
round and
You
that's
said
it,
you will
that's the
first
map.
play it.
At this type of level, it's the tiniest of fractions that will make the difference. And like the Des was saying at the beginning, every map is
1-1
winnable.
tie,
It's
baby,
just what you
1-1
bring
tie.
to the table. And you're already starting to see the two teams' different styles.
1-1 tie.
direction this
1-1
series is
tie.
going to be going, man. The maps are just going to get even more crazy. We're going to go to a short break, and of course, on the other side, Analyst Des breaking down all the action and setting us up
Get up
for
there,
crucial
Flash.
map number 3. Don't go
फ्लैशिंग
anywhere.
गोल्ड 3 हो गया ना लगता है
रात भर कॉम्पी क्यों करता है वो, हाँ?
I'll take you in क्या
This is cheating. बुलाओ जरा उसको बुलाओ
मैं जा रही हूँ प्रैक्टिस करने
we never
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't care start losing because I don't have a rank
बटर है अगर तू का करती कि तू काय तर राहू दे ना राहू दे उनका चौकशी नाही करायची ठीक चॉकलेट खा काय खाऊ दे तुला कुठलं कुठलं चॉकलेट खाऊ दे ना अरे मी घे राईड ठेव ठेव मुझे पण नाही
फॉर्म लावलं की ना I play very डर के
yes me too
and that's why I can't unleash my whole
full potential
yes thank you telepathy now I'm
whole क्या yeah it was zero दिनस में कहाँ से आया
and I'm liking it
Baba.
Me talking dirty is not a problem. You liking it is the problem. ये कौन है? Dimensional.
Oh, Bub, not like that.
Which baby? The clown one? Oh my god. इतनी भारी भड़कम बातें के मुंह से निकली कैसे? ये भाई कैसे? As you can see, I am here existing.
What a response there from PaperX. They take
Existing.
two in this grand final, best of 5. I'm used to when I'm back here with Baller, Tom, and Jess. That was kind of the response we needed to see from PaperX to keep this competitive. Now you guys have seen their Icebox here. They won their 4th map now in terms of like a variation of maps. What did you make of it?
मेरे को सस बोलता है. You are the sus one. We see my hope. Yeah.
A lot of aggression. I think they added a few
शायद है ना. You have to see for yourself.
I think both teams had that in aspect, and honestly, just seeing Jing
अब slash
on
आ
the
गया
stage
तो
at this
जीतेंगे
level,
आराम से.
I think it was definitely exactly what you expect out of PaperX. I mean, on that first half, you just mentioned they're just consistently pushing, and that almost cost them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which PaperX wasn't able to do on the first map. They brought this back a little bit because of the aggression that
I just think that if you have one player who's going to bring a duelist on usually what people are moving to a non-duelist composition map, it's got to be this man. The amount of times he was able to dash away, he's got an unbelievable presence around the map. He wasn't one of the big hitters.
The crew too.
अच्छा वो फटीचर game.
What he was able to do was keep everyone wondering, everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he
And I'm here to say I hate
where
my
is he?
life.
Has he dashed? Where is he?
क्यों? मतलब मैं जब भी fracture, जब भी Valorant
And
खेलता
honestly, you
fracture
took
तो
over
आता
the
ही.
game once FPX started to come back into it, right? I think a lot of people thought
सारे agent
when
अच्छी
they
हैं.
first saw Forsaken on the international stage and maybe watched some regional matchups, they were like, this guy will just take over again. And he did that.
एक
This
चश्मा
is
वाला भड़वा,
exactly
एक
the type of thing you
बूढ़ा
expect from
भड़वा,
Forsaken when he plays that
एक
jet, and it delivered
non-existing
big scale.
भड़वा.
I know you guys wanted to keep an eye on Ardis, especially on this map. The first half he was a little bit quiet, but he ended up this map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance.
Unmute कर रहे बच्चा, unmute कर खुद को.
Kai Gyu. He's probably been shut down.
Sage
He's
और
taken the fight,
जो
trying to get work done with the operator.
Graphic
He's
मस्त
just getting
रहेंगे ना.
rinsed by Jing, just running at him. Shut
गेम आने
down
से
by
पहले
the
cancel हो जाए तो
with
अच्छा
some of
हो.
the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen by him.
Hey!
I expect that to continue.
I mean,
बोला
that's
खाईराम.
the point of escape artists yesterday, and
तुमरा खाईला और ये राखी क्या बड़ी
काम
है.
कर बबे.
PaperX took that to heart. They're like,
The
how
Ubisoft
do we
काम.
stop him from being escape artist? Oh yeah, we can just taper off.
तो
where
dodge
his
कर
escape
देगा.
is, and then just be there to receive him,
कर
or
raise
chase
क्यों?
him down as he does escape.
Yeah.
I love that. They did
Viper.
not pull their, foot
Huh?
off the pedal there. That was excellent work.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. He is in the Ryzen high-speed moment of the match. And Ace from the crowd was wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He was definitely uncomfortable in that first map, but this is where he started to just pop off.
बाबा तुला जेवायचे ना?
The amount of pace he goes at
It's
this.
disrespect.
Huh?
That's the thing. When you're in a grand final of a tournament, maybe you taper off a little bit. You go, you know, I'm going to chill. Like, I'm not going to make those same crazy plays I would make all the way back in when challenges won, when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone. So it doesn't
क्या
matter.
आपके दांतों में
Them to
sensitivity
come
है?
back with this confidence. If we wanted to have a series on our hands, we had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing PaperX. And if it's Jing on the stage, if it's Forsaken on the jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up
आधा और
to play.
पीका
It
पर
needs
बेरा
to
नहीं
be a
होता
team
है.
effort, of course,
तो
but
ना
there are
kindly
star players on the side of
नहीं
PaperX who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
You also just know the Benkai sat there like, just do it. Go, 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 go. Run
Hey,
as fast
Eric,
as you
do
can.
not have no
And
respect.
he's probably
Huh?
going to carry on running
What
as
is
well on
this?
a Fracture, which is in the next map. We are moving on to, Bana, we often say when it comes to PaperX, if you let them have
What
bind,
the fuck? I'm
don't
a
let
very
them have
sweet kind of
Fracture. Do you
person.
stand by that here?
I mean, they had no choice to, but yeah, I mean, I do, but also I think I'm
ये
pretty
टेक का
confident
गाँव डूबा
that
रहता है
FPX's
पानी
style
में
on
से
this
जाके
match
क्या ही
is
फाइट करोगे?
they control the map very well. And they will be
पानी.
from Forsaken, you talk about how he's going to run onto this map.
वो
It
देखिए
might be hard to do when you have a prowler.
बाबा cosplay कर वर्बक
और बोला
अबे ई काढून वर्बक
trying to lock down one side and pressure the other, or are they
बघू
going
दे
to
ना
the lead? And I'll be honest, that's what I want to see. Heading after this map, if he gets to play that Raze
Yes,
and
exactly.
he's pushing alongside the rest of his team, then
Flash,
they're
hello?
really hard to play against. If they play the more
Flash,
passive
hello?
approach, I don't know if
Now you cross the line, Flash. अभी चंगस को भेजा तेरे को
I mean, there's so many
हाँ
times
बोलता है
I've seen
बेटा
just run down B long with the
बच्चा बड़ा हो गया रे
गाइस इधर शूट करना ओके 1 2 3 5
and they're already in
इधर
their
कोई
spawn.
शूट कर रहा था
kind of plays that PaperX can put on.
अपने पास फ्लैशेस की दुकान है
To think that's what's coming. So of course FPX is waiting, but they're a team that is used to waiting. They're used to having 30 seconds left in the round to go get that
Plant.
spike down. So I don't think it'll but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again, and they'll be considering PaperX too much. Otherwise they need to focus on the game.
I mean, they've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So, do you guys feel?
अरे नहीं भड़वा दौड़ के
अरे
आया,
सिटी में वो सोवा
एक पीछे से आ रहा है
रेड सिटी
Last player standing.
देख रहे पता नहीं
इसको वैसे F दबाते हैं ना नहीं क्या दबाते हैं
नहीं बाबी सो
Nice.
कुछ ही दबा
कर दो डिफ्यूज कर दो नाइस एंटी एंटी
I'm going to look at both the Vipers once again when they do eventually come through, because I think that both teams have fantastic side anchor.
F उठाने के टाइम दबा
बाबा बट क्या बॉल नहीं ना तो अपलोड साइड खेल
So I think we have to call it that at this point. I don't think there's much side
You gotta let it loose.
going to be that reliant on
बॉल
those
अच्छा था मैं तो
like
बॉल के अंदर से फ्लैश किया बाहर जाके बंदा दिखा पर ये भड़वे ये इस भड़वे के फ्लैश ने मेरे को मारने नहीं दिया मैं अच्छा फ्लैश करके निकला ये पीछे से फ्लैश फेंका जो फटा मेरे
बस जाना बेटी
अबे हे हेलो पैरेंट हे हेलो पैरेंट
अमित
हां बोल ना
I love that we get
ये मैच हारेंगे
पता है वो पहले राउंड में
especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one way.
अब आप
मर जाओ ना भड़वो
Folks to work with is going to be the keeper here, but they love to play off of it on many
प्लांट
अमित पीछे ओ शिट बोल रहा है
Crazy, crazy. Shout out to the observers, by the way. That was like a movie.
Yeah, the fact that they read that.
अमित यू कैन
That is.
और अमित पे ऐसा लगा रहा है कौन
I mean,
तब
there
पे
was a
लगा
lot of shenanigans that happened. It's not all of the
मैं किस
observers.
पे नहीं लगाया
अरे तू देखना यार बाहर
Where are you leaning?
One enemy remaining.
I'm always going to stick with Favorite on this map. I love watching the most exciting team when
कॉर्नर ऊपर से देखना था मारना
Well,
तो
whoever
थोड़ी
takes
पता वो
this one is
साइड
going to
पे
have a huge advantage going to the map after
Lord.
Fracture. It's time to send this over
नहीं,
to
लग
your
रहा है
casters,
मुझको
Bren
last
and
लगा मत
नहीं उसको सेव ही करने दो अपने को अच्छा है
वो मेरे बॉडी पे जाके ये लेके आना हाँ ठीक है ना मार्ची
हाय राव दे
जा जाके मार दे उसको
नहीं मारना सेव करने दो उसको पागल है क्या उसको खराब करना
इकोनॉमिक्स
Whoever takes it could well take the series.
वो बोल रहा रेना मेन
About
कैरेक्टर
them being on such even footing. Whoever's able to get that one up, it might just extend further and further. We've seen great stuff from both teams at this point. And from FPX, when they were able to take down Optic, they got most of their work done on the attack
MC
side.
MC
Now we're going to see them try and defend against this hyper aggression.
ये अंकल तो हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ हकना रहा है
Looking to try and
किसने बोला
react to this dish perhaps in this round.
कौन
मेरे
बोला
साथ एक आओ कोई
रेस्ट इन पीस
स्काई ब्लाइंड है यहाँ पे
कॉमरेड ब्लाइंड रुक अरे तोड़ दिया अबे मेरा पंच
अरे तू कब ब्लाइंड देगा यार
ब्लाइंड दे दिया मैं
अरे
Lights available to them, but PaperX is happy to squeeze any remaining players that might be just trying to defend their way through with the doors open and wide.
There they are.
Donovan Jing.
सोवा रिवील भी नहीं दे रहा शॉट में बेटर स्पॉन पे
इधर
Flawless for them on the pistol. And exactly their game plan functioning. They have their slower agents.
One enemy remaining.
Baiting that one-way aggression. And then the
आशिक
duelists
का बच्चा एक के मार रहा है अंदर
flood out of dish and crunch the defenders, and then Jing just decides to overpush.
बेचारा अमित
चूतिए यार तुम लोगों को पुश करना तो मेरे को
हेलो स्लैश कैसे हो मैंने पहला फ्लैश किया ना अमित उसने तोड़ दिया तेरे को मार रहा था उसमें सेकंड स्लैश क्या वॉल आती है
अरे तेरे को स्टार्ट में करना है यार टेक तू रुका बैठ तुम दोनों इधर क्या अंडी डाल रहे थे
नहीं है दोनों अंडे बनाने की कोशिश में
Let's go B. But if you're gonna wall na, stand on this and
Ritya before you are back.
The biggest flank possible all the way behind them. The fight's still being taken.
Peek.
An absolute maniac.
अमित चल इस बार पीक ले फ्लैश
Play
करूंगा
right into the sand. Push them right into the line of sight angles. Divide taking that.
कोई नहीं है
Long lurk all the way through.
हुआ अंदर नहीं
Down to Sugetsu, he doesn't have what it takes. And Paper X once more. Lose a couple of bodies.
Plant it.
plant.
But they come out on top of the end.
Hold.
हेलो वो मेरे ऊपर छम करके आया
Last player standing.
Shot done. Once they get to the site, shot done. Well orchestrated and has extra layers to everything.
Quiet now.
Nice flashing.
चंगू स्पिटल और अगर वो स्प्रे मतलब अगर वो स्प्रे में सबको ले जाता ना तो मजा ही आ जाता
Two bulldogs suspected. No one will remember showstopper too. Benkai choosing
टेल में एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहा है
self one away so that he would have the rolling thunder with the spike plant.
Satchel play into the orb as well. Make sure that that's nice and clear, but he hasn't cleared.
और हम फिर भी नहीं जीत पा रहे
Sipan.
They get a
The
drop.
rifle. And he's clean with the shots.
MGL
Guys,
Lurk attempt being lost, divided.
IMO
I will come.
आजा जल्द पीक ले मैं अटैच कर रहा हूं
रुक नहीं मैं ऐड कर रहा हूं इधर एक दो इधर है मार
ये
Rotating.
इतनी गन गिरी है उधर उठाया क्यों ले एक करके जाके मर रहे क्या
मैं बराबर ऐड करके गया था तुमको रुकना था क्यों पुश कर रहे हो
मैं फ्लैश की अच्छा था पीक के लेकिन वो तेरे चक्कर में डर के निकला उधर से मेरे को मार गया
अब ऐड कर नो ये ऐड तो
टॉक्सिन नीचे जा रही है टॉक्सिन नीचे गई नहीं मरेगा फ्लैश खुदा मरेगा
They know his positioning.
Last player standing.
Pushes him back and he's so low.
Such a fantastic response from FPX in this round.
Why are you guessing?
Everything once more in the hands of Benkai.
That's
And that's a great try. Awesome spray transfer as well. But the same issue in the clutch, and it's the same issue to open the round. There are two
टाइमिंग नहीं हुआ तेरा टाइमिंग खराब है
for Paper X to get
ए वांडाल की स्किन निकाल लो अच्छी हो
even after they ult Angel away. Zipan is there to go and help
this one is very
and Shaw only had a guardian.
this
This combo wins him.
of course
Just locked
ये
that
गेम स्किल बेस्ड नहीं लक बेस्ड इसके पहले वाले राउंड वो नियॉन मेरे मुंह पे जंप करके आई मैंने उसके मुंह पे गोली चलाया पॉइंट ब्लैंक उस मतलब अंदर से गोली निकल गई
भाई पिक ही हो गया
me too I am also pissed
मैं साइड पे घुस के ऐड कर पीछे से आ गया
Spike down A. Last player standing.
He's got an operator. Paper X in general, they have
One enemy remaining.
Let's go my boy
it does make sense. You should be able to get around it. If you can have Jing or Forsaken or both of them, like 3 players from FPX. Should be possible. They may want to try and have Divine purely playing as bait. A lot of the
बेचारी रेना फ्लैश on था मार मार के देख
trying to break the trap play. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a seasonade and then react out of dish.
क्या यार ये इसका रिटायर्ड प्लेयर भी टॉप
There is a B side to this match.
टॉक्सिक होने की भी हद होती है हमें बीला चल
Oh, is this coming from class? Yeah.
Nice.
So far, it's just been complete conditioning.
प्लास्टिक में तोड़ेगा प्लास्टिक
Nice Bob, nice shot. One is coming from here. Plant.
Spike down B.
Zipan's made the move over to the B side. Now
Haan,
playing with
haan.
the try and shut down.
Babu, let's go. Spike this, them plant करते हैं. चलिए इकडे.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
डैमेज किया क्या बुड़ो काट में कवर करने काट से जीत जाते हैं इजी पीछे से आएगा वो शायद
Angel's getting a little antsy here. Gonna have to refresh his one-way soon, and I think that's the timing that PaperX are going for. One-way back up. Angel wants information right now. He's playing much further forward than he has done previously because there's been no
जाने दे उधर
only one run different is what he hears.
Now the showstopper play.
हाँ वरना डिफ्यूज.
हो जाएगा थोड़ा और कर हो गया नहीं हुआ जीते हम हारे साइमल्टेनियस एलिमिनेशन एक और सेकंड बस वेट कर लेता ना इजी है
कितना ही है बस 4 है
तभी तो बोला
तभी तो कह रहे हैं तेरे को कह रहे
हैं the brick wall of Ardis.
Amic bro.
And PaperX them down. I've never seen a race player get robbed so frequently as King with his showstoppers.
चंगू सील
यार कुछ भी रहना क्राउड स्पीकर डिश पे
चंगू सील
स्लैशी देखिए अल्ट है तीनों पे अल्ट है
ए आ जा चंगूस
स्कैनिंग अहेड
मैं बोल रही हूं आजा पूरा क्लियर
तेज लो है
अरे हां
बाबा अल्ट ओके ठीक है तो इधर था
भाई अल्ट कर लो इधर
देखिए तू उधर प्लांट करके अल्ट कर बेबी कितना था पुढे जा
You will not kill my ally.
ये डिश पे
ए पे डिश पे किया
अच्छा
ए पे डिश पे किया उसने
थम
चेंज कर पोजीशन निकल उधर से
चल
सारे उधर है क्या
बोला था निकल उधर से
चल
सारे उधर है क्या
Setting it up for though. All going to be scattered through. That's going to be the rolling front. Dragons all the way deep in their spawn. One kill foul.
नहीं यार फट गया
The approach of the players. With the Vipers pinned down.
फ्लैश भाई थोड़ा पीछे कितना
Looking a difficult task, but Shao
for the win
It takes that threat out now. He's making it work. Him and Angel.
Yes.
The world's forsaken. Ult's going to be fading.
I think
They still need to get themselves onto the site. Angel has TPs available, but it's red. And a satchel across. Playing it well. PaperX 3 kills in a round for King.
जिताया लेकिन बंदूक खरीदने के पैसे नहीं
Great stuff by PaperX there. FPX actually read what was happening and pushed two players out, Angel and Xiao, through halls. That's how Xiao got behind so quickly. But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive. It's one thing to know that PaperX is going to push you. It is another thing now to suddenly find them in your spawn.
I will touch your move.
मेरे को क्यों इधर है लोग इधर वॉल प्लांट
78 neon टेकी मेरा इधर
If you see one of my creatures, figure out what they do.
डैम बोला
मैंने बोला मेरे से किल चुरा है फ्लैश ने 125 वाला किल चुरा है
टेकी एक ब्लाइंड थिंग का मेल्ट मार रहा है इधर
बी चलो नहीं बी चलो
यहीं पे नहीं होगा ये पे एंटर दिला
रुको मैं बोलूंगा उसके बाद
Spike down A.
इतना आगे तक नहीं देना है
थर्ड निकाला ही नहीं
Last player standing.
दोनों एक साथ 3 प्लेयर है
विकेट एक हम रन ले
going over the ropes. There really is indecision. Littering the camp. PaperX right now. Benkai normally so good in these mid-round decisions.
Force as well, a dodge to the side. Artist can shut this down single-handedly. Holding behind it, dies. The shot is found. And the soul field placed across the showstopper as the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for PaperX to find their way back in.
Divide the silver lining. Catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online, but FPX immediately back control.
Alt करून जा spike unique.
I'll handle this.
I didn't able
I got spike. To get to on top of B.
तुझे मांगे
30 seconds left.
And Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact.
I'm back.
It remains active.
दौड़ के जा टाइम नहीं है
After a very successful round two, Forsaken stat line seems to indicate
बस चलो ऊपर ही
क्या तू उधर बैठा है
these early fights. No, he wants to force another way. And what is that
कोई
shot?
नहीं successful how to waste your ult
It's got his back.
tutorial में plastic play
It's more relentless for Forsaken though this time. But off the gas, now the Satra play onto the side. It's up to Zipan to see if he can lock this one down. He knows. Slowly being squeezed with the positioning and the timing was everything.
बताओगी तो सुनेगी
Flash into the corner, Artist rattling off almost everything in his flip there. And under finding it though still, it is a 2v3. Sugetsu, what a kill to find up Ching.
अब तक हम एक बार भी हुए नहीं other than the time when I clutched
आजा प्लान दो
मैं लोगों के चंगू से रेज और सेज को डैमेज दिया
नाइस एक टीम वाली साइड में पकड़ो अलग पकड़ो कब वाला
यार
चल
एक नीचे
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining.
Nice one, Adu.
Last player standing.
Overall, पूरा Adu से clutch किया.
Last round before the switch.
नुन्नू से
बब जॉय.
अरे उसका नाम क्या है वे जो हाथ से छोड़ती है वो
उसने किधर है वो मौली के टाइप कर देना नुन्नी से मारा जो भी
turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showings at the International Masters event, and shock people with how talented, how skilled they both are.
मैं ये पिक कर रहा हूँ बराबर ये पिक कर रहा हूँ
हाँ तू हमको ब्लाइंड कर दे
हील रे मैं उधर भाई बब गेट बैक हितनो को तिकडे जा
ले लो है
शॉट आडू
ओह लिटरली मला ब्लाइंड
बब वेट दे आर कमिंग हियर गो बी
Outlandish behavior.
No, you are
Satchel in a showstopper. Rip through trademark. Oh, Slowfield's going to be time to wrench into the plan.
ए पे
राइट डब्बे की
ए पे प्लांट कर इधर किधर कर कॉर्नर पे कर डिश से एंगल मिलेगा इधर
नहीं चिल करने दो
अरे यार
चिल अबे डिश से क्या डिश उधर प्लांट से
एक बीम एक एमेन से आ रहा है
तो स्मोक के कहीं टाक दे
इधर मत खड़ी रहो आडू
नहीं स्मोक कर आणि
आया
ये दे वॉल दे होल्ड
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot.
That's all the PaperX are dealing with.
Okay, but wait.
आराम से
Last player standing.
अमित आराम से
Control being gained, Divide with the operator, opening after opening with the nades flying. Nobody can get onto this one. Rattle it off and flick to the side.
Angle
Divide
dip.
eventually shut down by the stay fight. To get too weakened.
Switching
No
sides.
आडू से पिछले 2 राउंड में जो इतना मेहनत किया ना तुमने मेरे पूरा गेम में उतना नहीं
ना पता ही मुझे क्या ही मारा ऐसा उधर देख रहा था मैं
तेरी बात कौन कर रहा
है मैं मेरी बात थोड़ी ना कर रहा ठीक है
तू ऐसा बोले ना सब तेरी वजह से हुआ
मैच की बहुत
वाइस और नार्सिसिस्टिक who is right me or that clown guy पूछ रहा था कौन सही बोला
After that insane run from FPX,
me or that clown guy
if you come B
I'm
ना
looking to take a sixth.
you can like इधर से alt like
Alt और wall
जो वही थे
जाओ जाते ही करते नेक्स्ट राउंड
shit
they're coming here
Satchel play right up
नाइस वन
close.
टेकी
Forsaken's moving through.
स्लाइड करके मुंह पे आ रहा है बंदा सीरियसली
Hardest plays
वो
inside.
सारे उधर है
Getsu still
पुश
in
कर रहे
tower. Still locks it down despite the fact he's being pressured from the back there.
चंगूस
He just knows it's coming.
Last player standing.
for 123
प्लास्टिक
To try and retrieve.
अरे आराम से
Spike planted.
आराम से ही कर
And even more difficult now.
नहीं रे उधर बस अगर वॉली कर सकते थे ना एंट्री पे या फिर इसका ग्रेनेड आराम से जीत जाते
Vardis collecting that one.
ग्रेनाड
नाइस हमें बोलो
It'll take quite a bit more for him to find.
कौन बढ़िया
इसका बूम बट उड़ा क्या इस पे
नहीं पिका है तो मैं टिका डबल गेलो ना
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if it's only one.
And now
Why are we losing?
going from having a
Hey,
brilliant
ये
run
काम
to none at all.
मुझे लगा हम जीतेंगे
बब कम है
Still got something going.
ये
Getsu is the playmaker.
Oh my god Ardu was top tracking 12-12
Field
6
strategy. On
Stand
eco
here
rounds or on anti-eco
and
rounds
leave your
rather.
wall like
Send
भाई
them
नहीं
to the
करना ना
side. Keep them guessing. Don't always hit A.
इकडे
But completely failed there. Angel rotated instantly.
इकडे
Fish. They just knew they were going to be.
tak
That's going to be revealing quite a lot there. But
they're coming here
this time it is
again
side of things, mind free.
52
Supplementing the rest of the push now, right onto the top of stairs.
they keep blind mode please
neon
The goal there to try and push him forward into the after.
Spike planted.
And that cross-end placement. This guy is impeccable.
40 मारा है बस
Player standing.
साले बिगा रही है
Serious case for MVP in this tournament. And in this map, finally gets taken out by Forsaken. Who
ये
goes
स्लैश
for
गोल्ड
side
3 का प्लेयर इतना नीचे
After
क्यों
the
है
other, the plays just keep happening.
अल्ट अकाउंट पे तो अल्ट अकाउंट पे तो ट्रायहार्ड नहीं करेगा
हाँ ऐसा
ऐसा थोड़ी है भाई
How do you retake
हाँ
this one?
ऐसा ही लग रहा है
भाई
अरे
और क्या?
लास्ट का
सारे उनको
भाई,
हमारा
ला-
टाइम लगता है आप
You have to go for it. It's the
बस
round and a
स्टॉप
half.
ना देयर
Either way, FPX
डैश विद द ब्लाइंड
have 6.
कहाँ गया वो चंगू
तो वॉल तक आणि वॉल लगेच
देता
आपल्याला.
था
अरे भाई लास्ट आउट में मेरे को बूम
लगेच
आया
आपण
था
नको करू
नेड
एक
आया
मिनिट
था
मी सांगतो तेव्हा
और कुछ नहीं आता क्या?
और मैं रीलोड कर रहा था।
अरे यार
इधर है।
Even it out in the end this first half. So back and forth, we mentioned at the beginning, Josh, the importance of this one to get that edge in this series, your grand finals.
चंगुल भावा की जय हो।
And every other Masters final that we've had the pleasure of watching has been a one-sided affair. This is the first time where a team's taken a map and then we go into a third, and it's all on either side. And Copenhagen, you are getting
डिश आ रहा रेस डिश है।
एक उधर है वो जिधर मैं मरा।
अरे माँ कसम वॉल लोड कैसे दे रहे हैं?
एक रोप पे बूढ़ो रोप।
अरे
वो 80 रहता है, वो 80 टैग है वो रोप्स के उधर था।
Yeah, the way the thing sort of started off between the
हमें
two,
क्या
it was
उधर
like
से आ रहा
अबे अमीर गन निकाल।
Player
they always
standing.
had those multi.
वैसे टाइम पे चाकू कौन निकालता है?
I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Ray's players in his power position. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested in to be a lot of that half. I was okay with a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again. I don't know if that's the G2 special that was pointing out that only A side exists, but for both of these players, G was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zippin was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was
अबे
full
पीछे
on
वॉल करे
definitely
नहीं
in a
देखना।
back right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for Paper X, and then Zipman came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take this space, and unfortunately there were so many moments where Jing's showstopper just didn't find any guys. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and they thought that they might go on a mad run, but
Are they
instead,
still coming
they're
out?
doing exactly the type of shut down the push, and then Paper X just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back
ठीक है रुक। हाँ कर।
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Divine, like some of the operated shots, but also towards the end, Saiketsu basically around with a shorty. Like
मेरा कुत्ता जा रहा है
this
भौंकने।
man is just illogical in every
रोटेट कर रही है, रोटेट कर रहे हैं।
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3
शायद
rounds.
रोटेट कर रहा है, आर्डुओ से रह जाएगा। हाँ।
What we knew was absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going. I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side for a particular team. That's where my head is.
अरे मेरा मैंने भी ब्रीच का हेडशॉट मारा। हाँ।
Last player standing.
अरे यार 56
We're heading into the half now.
जादूगर।
Managed to
Easy claim.
completely neutralize Optic's neon aggression. And that I for the rest of Fracture.
कब तक वांडल
The
नहीं
set
है?
plays on defense that Paper X love running. These are crunch plays. Don't get actually find value. I think we might get the answer very
Never show weakness.
Senshi, not sensei.
Look at this positioning, this crossfire. 3 players watching it, just the angle still. Stuns off to the side, Artis in the back, Headhunter. One after the
मैं
other.
आल्ट करेगा एक साइड होल्ड
But it
करूंगा।
doesn't matter.
देखिए तेरे पे भी आल्ट है। देखिए तेरा आल्ट रीटेक पे लेंगे मैं स्काउट
अरे
करूंगा।
बहुत बकवास है यार, वो नियम में हेड खाया था।
Maybe mine brings something though.
Over the top reveals.
किया था क्या उसको?
सो वो रिवील देना स्टार्ट में यार, बाद में मत दे।
तो वो तेरे को रिवील देने को नहीं मांगता क्या?
इधर आ रहे।
इधर?
अच्छा 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4
Popping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to capitalize off this, but it's a double face. Have to be careful.
सब लोग
नहीं यार, वो ग्रेनेड से मेरे मुंडी पे बाउंस हो गया।
It's not enough for
Player standing.
any sort of advantage coming into this match.
मैं तो पीछे से मारती है अरे बाबा।
And the way that Paper X
Okay,
like to
I only
play
have
on the
like
defense side, it's
78
exactly what FPX are waiting for.
वही ना, पूरा सेव करते हैं।
सेव कर लो पूरा।
अक्खा सेव कर लेते हैं, अक्खा।
The same thing we saw on
कैसे रख
Bind
करेगी,
from the
डर नहीं
non-attack.
रहे हमसे, हमको हमारा खौफ डालना पड़ेगा।
वही ना, एक अमित इधर, अमित एक बार इधर खेल, अपना ग्रेनेड फेंक देना उधर।
बाबे इधर स्मोक देना बस।
अरे हम हमारे ग्रेनेड यूज नहीं हो रहे ना इधर।
हाँ ठीक है ओके पीछे जा टेक के वो देख
इस बार उधर मैं ग्रेनेड फेंकने में अपनी जान दे दी।
अरे
ये इधर कैसे बैठा है?
Fake
Still,
teleport.
how do you deal with Divine?
Time to
Hello?
jump.
Rest of the players over across the ropes there. He's taking off two of the players' heads. Another bit of action. Shao, Guardian.
नहीं नहीं अच्छा खेला रे खेल गया
नुको मॉली ने गन
Shao
120 on that.
every kill to take them out of dangerous
I
situations.
believe.
I don't think they will plant here.
Noise, mind freak.
You don't believe? I don't think.
You have got to be kidding me. How are you going to
ये क्या था?
Now a weapon, one shot to the head, but Shao shuts it down.
None of
He
my
got
stuff
hairy,
has
he got
malfunctioned
dicey.
yet.
Yes, finally we can buy. We are not broke anymore.
Guardian v Guardian in the final moment.
Okay, just hold.
Divine finding impact
Amit.
though. Two headhunter kills that just came
Amit,
out of nowhere,
मरना मत.
whistling
Trade
himself up
देखते
to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Shao though. Just
मेरे
before
को रिवील ही नहीं मिल रहा है,
this,
तो मैं वही वेट कर रहा कि ग्रेनेड की को
कोई नहीं अमित आजकल ना रिवील होते ही नहीं है लोग सुबह को नर्फ
take out Shao. You let him live to clutch the round.
इनके माइक से बड़ा
Don't
आवाज
allow that.
क्या करते हैं
Who's my god, y'all?
At least Paper X did enough damage.
मेरे पेगो किधर आ रहा है?
FPX is aggressive.
Making move.
Normally in round 15, Paper X have rifles to work.
ये भाई मतलब दौड़ते हुए इसको मार रहा हूँ बोलिए डैमेज क्यों नहीं बैठ रहा है
ब्रो वो वाला अपने स्पॉन में भी आ सकता है
Gone here.
Spike
Nice,
down.
bro.
Nice, hard.
Damn, bro.
FPX have got this standard. The bridge, the north side of the map, is taken.
One enemy remaining.
They give them information. You can't
उसका अल्ट खत्म होने दे वेट कर
किधर है वो?
आप स्पॉन पे आ रही बिल्कुल मत आना
It's that double face. You have to be so careful here.
वन हिट तेरी भी आएगी हाँ घोड़ा गई इसका
मन में जस्ट कौन से आया मेरे को नहीं दिखी वो किधर से आई क्या पता हुआ
कोई नहीं
बड़े कॉल वॉल हो रहे हैं आजकल
एक्चुअल बंदू
Aggression not really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire for.
Arabian Nights कोई देगा क्या बंदू
Paper X prodded, taken map control.
नहीं
For push this time. The time pressure is becoming an issue.
It's Benkai!
हमें आप डिश बक्सिल का
Just perfection.
Top hawk.
And Paper X were able to come out with that one.
Alright,
Prime
boys.
game flawless.
above smoke
That's a bonus round.
Fire in
Where
the
FPX came in
I'm dead.
without too many weapons. But they're still going to be able to get
अरे इधर से कब आया ये साइड कोई चेक ही नहीं कर रहा था क्या
One enemy remaining.
Spike down. Hold but you can alt on that
चंगू
ये वापस पंकज पे मरा
चंगू
slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
बेचारी जिसको भी तूने मारा नल्ट पे पूरा लग रहा है आई मीन ब्लाइंड पे
Still, that's TV forwards. Forwards over the top and a bit of spam through. Play comes up,
चंगू
Angel.
स्नाइपर चला रहा लेकिन मेरे को फोन नहीं दिया
मेरे को करने दो यहाँ पे
She gets rewarded with the kill as well, but it's a battle.
तो एक एंट्री वो संभालेगा एक एंट्री ऐसा करो ये इधर और एक कोई
Satchel play, and listen. I don't blame you.
हाँ ये टेकी इधर देख आर्केड और बेंच देख कोई नहीं देख रहा उधर
आर्केड अच्छा वो
They push out. They push out.
रेडियन
Barrel.
पहला बेबी इधर आ रहे
Shao had the spike alone.
हाँ मैं रुक तेरा पीछे वाला साइड पे
Double flashback pass.
अरे
Spike planted.
That is lands himself in.
74 रहना को मारा
Two-round lead, the Hornets.
दोनों नीचे
Time to jump.
और क्या
This time not.
One enemy remaining.
इधर
ये डिफ्यूज कर कोई तो
अरे डन
चंगू सारा स्नाइपर
क्या मारा 3 मैंने वाह मजा आ गई
मेरा इतना लंबा डिटूर काम आया चंगू लू क्या स्नाइपर ये छोड़ दूं
नहीं ये इतना दो नहीं
मेरे पास है ना
अच्छा तू मरा नहीं था क्या
There, but now the response. Rolling Thunder.
Never mind. कोई नहीं होता है कोई तू उधर बैठ जा मैं इधर बैठता हूँ मैं यहीं पे बैठ
ये लोग रश करेंगे अभी ये
अमित ऊपर देखना मैं बच सकता हूँ मेरे पास ब्लाइंड है because you know I am very blinding kind of
भाई इतना भी लूट नहीं मार रहा हूँ
चल जंगू देखते पहला किल कौन निकाल
But here the players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts.
सविता भाभी को मार गया
That might be the first time I've seen a Sugetsu
Is she in our spawn?
Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
ये आर्केड का आती नहीं क्या ये लोग
I think
सारे ड्रॉप से ना आ जाए अभी
Dish stage dish में
पीछे
And every fun play the PaperX cook up, every time they want to dash forwards and go for something off kilter.
अपने इधर
This one.
It's just getting crushed.
so well alt wait wall up कर
bomb spawn पे
Attacker spawn.
फिर चाहेगा बैक से वो देख आर्केड
तुझे खुद फ्लैश हो
Nice flash.
फ्लैश तो हमारी जान है
And arcade.
नहीं ये होल्ड कर रहे
30 seconds left.
मस्त है इधर है बंदे
अरे वो छुपा है वो करने तो से
ये भी कर रही है
एनिमेशन कैसे है
PaperX players looking to try and
10 seconds left.
but again the FPX players
One enemy remaining.
नाइस रे बाप बे जोड़ रे
Take it up, rope.
भाई एक कोने में बैठा रहे
मस्त है
Match point.
ये देखो स्नाइपर
ये जा
इधर ये अकाउंट करने नहीं मिल रही
PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be losing from a long way away with very
अमित था वो
बाबे फक्त इकडे जा आणि टावरला बसू हे वाला अँगल बसू
देखिए मैं गाइड करूंगा तो
वॉल लोगों को हम
ठीक है मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ इधर एक है
अरे इधर हॉल पे रेना को 112 मारा
Spike down A.
इधर हो तुम
रेस ऑन साइड है हेलो ये भी हो यार
इधर
ब्रीच यहाँ पे था ब्रीच यहाँ पे
हेलो
अरे सब उधर है किधर ब्रीच है
वही ना हाँ मतलब
मेरे को डैमेज किधर से बैठा मेरे को बता
उधर
तो वही बोल रहा ना
हाँ बाबा नाइस शॉट बॉट
Spike down A. Spike planted.
the door opens up the double swing it's a trade
like Amit
really disciplined from FPX.
क्या बारबरा
He's going to go for another peek and he has an answer as
ओके साइड मत छोड़ो आराम से करो
वो जीता गेम था अपना
up top and Kai does grab 2 kills okay though anchoring up top now
that is your poor game अरे 4 बंदे आगे पीछे से लिए
तुमको एक बार एक के छोड़
देखिए above go watch arcade from the tower
map point for FPX
I'm pissed यार ये
such a great job of shutting these players down. And I
Piss off.
barely got to hear the comms at the end of the
ये वॉल खत्म होने दे
hold they don't know me though hold
on side
nice one
मैं कुत्ता कर रहा हूँ I mean doggy style
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
कंकस
nice
Defenders win.
ये अमित ने रैंक अप
because their players demand
ये ले heal ले लिया
if you bring the pain
खुद
to
को
them,
बहुत चोट पहुंचा दी
you can
तूने
find openings.
a last ditch effort though Fast lane, the overdrive is all
Push,
popped up to
Babe.
try and
Go and
help
give
Forsaken
it.
supplement it, and the kills this
Boy,
time
meeting
going
है,
their
पहले
way.
खाऊंगे.
Weapon's not too good, squeezing him from the back of halls, but
Okay,
Sugetsu
okay,
shuts
okay,
it down, still
okay,
Jing
okay.
does that
मंजे
to
भी
play.
खंजा है
Sugetsu!
क्या?
कुछ नहीं
खंजा है, कुछ भी मतलब.
What a monster!
गांजा
Very
In the
possible.
blink of an eye, the map secured.
तेरे सामने गांजा
Takes
आएगा
it
तो
away,
टपक
and the
जाएगा.
advantage is theirs. FPX sensing the blood in the water.
Let me remind you as well, Brenda, that was a 6-6.
I guess, yeah.
Paper X won only one round on their defensive side. That is a level of battering that we saw on Bind as well. And that to me indicates a major problem for Paper X. When they're going for these defensive set plays, that style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting. But it's FPX coming out, relying on these rock-solid performances out of Xiao and Sugetsu to carry them through and neutralize all of that defensive aggression.
They just are always on top of it. The final play that you're seeing here, the guy is just too clean with it. Sugetsu, his game sense is off the charts, and you can feel it. The emotions now are running high for these players, for these teams. You're seeing it, just the pop-off moments from all of them. And here it is, the advantage, Josh. FPX getting that one map lead now and heading into it. This is going to be it. This next map, an incredibly important one. We're going to go to a short break, and now, of course, our analyst desk breaking down all the action that we've seen thus far. You know, you're not going to want to miss it.
Growing taller, I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning in a vision. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Feel it in my veins, no drugs can do the same. Blood in the wind. Is this what we created? Where have we started? Did I lose my mind? I'm up against a wall on the edge.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. An incredible second half there from FPX to secure them another map here in the grand finals. I am joined by Baller, Tom, and Jess once again on the desk. I think PaperX, they had it in the first half. I thought this was going to be really close, back and forth, but Baller in the end, FPX, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, 6-6 half, and then they only get one round after that. That's the problem, right? That defensive half was so predictable from PaperX, and when you have Angel on the side of FPX, it is too easy to understand exactly what's going on. They're comfortable when they're pinching them. Like, it's literally just bunched up FPX guys just ready to trade on a moment's notice.
A little bit of stark difference between the way that we have, you know, PaperX swinging one by one as well. These are micro-mechanical things that we're breaking down, but this is what we're at. We're in the grand final. We have to point out these things. You know, PaperX swinging one by one, but the fundamentals for FPX, especially on the attacking side, to trade constantly, swing out, get the triangulation each and every time. You look at the kill feed, there's a trade. You know it's coming, and if there's not, you know that they're going to be setting up for that double swing moments later. So real crisp, clean fundamentals from the side of FPX.
Lothar's having the time of his life right now.
One of the things I really love as well about the FPX squad is that a lot of teams, you can maybe name one or two players that you would consider a rock. Like someone that you can basically have sat back, holding your lurk, like basically making sure that you're not being flanked or nobody's coming in from behind. I feel like FPX can do that with basically any player on the roster, but Saigetsu and Xiao, easily two of the best in the entire world right now. Like the amount of times where you're looking at rounds and that crunch is coming in, like you're still seeing the same sort of plays coming through from the opposing side. They may even get the opener, but it's the swing backs because there's always somebody waiting for that crunch.
It's just really, really nice. And I think Sugetsu's the guy who really leads the charge. Zipan as well. They're consistently right next to each other. And Angel is calling for everybody to make sure, like, you know, things are going well for them. I think his impact on this map specifically, obviously that second side, just flawless calling.
It felt like they had a plan for everything as well. Like I said on the second half, we're going on to an attacking side for a certain team that kind of likes that. And I was a little bit worried for the side of PaperX because they seem to have answers for every corner of the map. And it's not just on Fracture, but this is where it oftentimes shines quite heavily. You think, okay, we got a paint shell here, we got to do here, we got to get a smoke here to block this cross here. We know where PaperX is going to be, and we have slight utility counters. I don't think utility was necessarily, you know, above and beyond what we expect from FPX, but little touches was really, really good.
And also at the same time, you know, we talk about how PaperX, it's a fortress on Bind. Nobody really beats them on Fracture. FPX have managed to do both.
Yep. And they did it on Bind too.
Yeah,
they're really flipping the script in terms of the maps. This is a really good sign for FPX. Obviously, they're now one map away from becoming Grand Finals champions.
Surely the toughest, they've gotten over the toughest hurdles now, right?
Yes.
The next two map is where you would maybe even favor FPX.
I mean, that's what we expect, right? But then Icebox got flipped, and we don't really know what's happening on Breeze. And Haven looked great for PaperX against Optic. So, I mean, it's hard to tell still, but I think you're right. I think from expectations, from what we knew before coming into this, flipping Bind and flipping Fracture, those are the two hardest tasks to do.
I mean, we talk about expectations. We've spoken about the big brain game. We've actually got a couple of big brains in the crowd today. Golden Boy is standing by right now with Optic Gaming's FNS.
Thank you so much, Into. Yes, I do not possess the big brain. This man does. Finesse, it's a pleasure to have you here today. How you feeling, brother?
It sucks. It sucks to be here instead of up there, but it's awesome. Two great teams playing. I mean, both these two teams beat us, so they deserve to be up there. It's pretty awesome.
So I actually wanted to ask you about, you know, playing on a stage like this, right? It's not something, it's not every day, right? Especially in Valorant, it's the first time we've been able to do this with a global crowd. What is that like? Like, you know, when you're up there knowing that all the eyes, everyone in here in Copenhagen is staring down right at you?
When you're in the moment, you don't really feel it, but then there's random times where they'll start cheering people on, or like they'll cheer like for someone to ace or something like that, and that's awesome to hear. Even like when they're cheering for the other team, it's just awesome to hear that atmosphere because you kind of want to go big.
So you've been watching the games, I'm assuming so. You've been enjoying some of them. What do you make of the teams right now? FPX currently looking pretty good, up 2-1, but you know, PaperX, you've experienced this team. They're so solid. What are your thoughts on this roster and this team and this game overall?
I mean, they both beat us, so they're both great teams, honestly. Obviously, FPX has the upper hand right now, but can go either way. I kind of want to see a map 5, so.
Oh, yeah. I think everyone here in Copenhagen wants to see a map 5 as well, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, final thing, and I'll let you go. I owe you a beer. Champions on the horizon. Are you looking to go all the way? Is Optic going #1, baby? Give me the E. I'm tossing you a softball, baby.
Come on, brother. We're winning that shit. Come on.
They're winning it. Oh, it's getting spicy on the floor, Yinsu. I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Oh, gotta love hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend his title on this stage, but these two teams, they are delivering us the entertainment, the competition, and going into the next map, what are you guys expecting?
Should we not? Can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every time I do it on this desk, I'm like, I set an expectation and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map #1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now. And Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen PaperX play on this map. There's multiple comps. We've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations. You're right, but we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really, really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see.
हाँ
मॅच बघतो ना
हाँ मॅच बघतोय
काय वाटतंय कोण जिंकल
किती मॅच आहे किती राऊंड आहेत 5
मॅप आहेत आज
5 मॅप आहेत काय FPX जिंकल असं वाटतंय सध्या तरी 2 मॅचेस कंटिन्यू का हेव्हनला काय माहिती कसं होईल आता हेव्हनवर डिपेंड आहे सगळं पण FPS चं खेळणं बघून भारी खेळतात आज पेपर लेगन हकती है
Consistently are trying to find out where is that Prowler coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those slight changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
Well, this is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy for Bren and Sideshow. PaperX, they still have a way to get back into this.
They certainly do, and we're going to be finding out how exactly it plays out here on Haven, our 4th map in this series. But FPX are on the cusp of the Josh. One map, and that is it. They will be crowning themselves as that Masters 2 champions.
Yeah. What do you reckon a trophy smells of? Sweat?
I would never know.
Success.
I would never know.
Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style that PaperX plays on this map is so very different, and neither team pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to that Sage, as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to disrupt some of these hits coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down. Prowler actually avoiding that close corner. And it's an immediate response to back away. How does Angel die to the nade there?
That was, I think that was a seize and a nade that they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But PaperX's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
One over the top, Shao's positioning, it is known, still the angles. This crossfire FPX, absolutely elite at shutting down any of it. And the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied, not the pistol round, not this time.
Already the preparation coming through, in my opinion. You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of PaperX's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade.
Hello?
That's what that one was. But yeah, the way the PaperX play this, they're going to be doing fast, aggressive hits early on in the round and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to over-rotate. And then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first, you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade to the side, and the angle as well. More than watched. Angel with the ghost, 3 kills, 3 headshots.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push it back, but Forsaken already taking all this space. Angel was low enough. Down to Sagetsu. This timing is everything with the plan coming through. He could have isolated a 1v1, but denied. A thrifty for PaperX, right back into it.
And Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel. And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far. He's been playing entry. He only has 160 ACS average over the course of the series. But now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber. And that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Be able to follow up on a lot of that. It was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to Caesar try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the Boombot spotting the target. Does he know up top? The answer is yes. Sees though. Drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though. The weaponry still could get very dangerous for PaperX, but the plan is going to go down. It's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Sage wall on either side. Ardis couldn't get punished in short because of Sagetsu's wall, and now FPX are coming back in. The post-plan positions are so claustrophobic.
They're re-pushing this all the way through.
Jing
shut down. Divide catches that one down to the 1v1. And Zipan answers back.
Back-to-back thrifties.
You gotta be kidding.
In our 4th map of the grand finals. Neither team ready to give up an inch. Such a weird setup though.
It's so unusual.
With both barrier robes in play, with both Sage walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and re-flip short.
Sheriff jo one tap maar le bhai ne.
These angles, Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team. Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more one-sided when it got to the later portions of that map, but we'll see now. Money's a bit wonky. You see the Spectres in the hands of the PaperX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again relentless, the showstopper. Off to the back, and what a direct! Jing catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet still. He backs away. Not lacking for confidence, but now the Prowler in his face wants to be inside this smoke. He dissipates at exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zipan is just being dealt with still. Showers there, Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for about a moment. Device still eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision. This guy is just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying time, the movement. The wide swing into it. Prowler not connecting. Sugetsu 1v3 time ticking. No more to work with. And a slide off angle. Gets the one, but with the post-plant situation, finding the kills, there is no time to secure it.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sugetsu or Xiao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for PaperX to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that Jin had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening.
Missed me.
And they're able to play the post plants deep from mid.
Devi is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture, popping off. Now he's doing it again as well, leading his team for a lot of those kills in that round, so 3 of these obtained.
And now after the pistol, every team with the eco disadvantage has won.
See if that trend continues. Same plays being made, the boombot up close and personal. The stars laid down the Nightfall as well, positioning revealed. The PaperX players always set up to succeed with this.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps two.
I mean, how many times has it happened? But Forsaken with the crosshair placement locks it down. The kill onto Jing there, but it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu, and with the spam through the smoke. Not much more you can do other than skip and a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns, but look at that. Finally,
Odin घेऊन
an
आले.
edge in this map.
Drawn out by PaperX.
Hadran'la Odin व्हायची.
Blood, sweat and tears for any team to try and get an economic snowball. But FPX are going to be right back into it. 4 light armors. It's not looking fantastic. And they're going to take a timeout to discuss how they should be defending here. This round coming up is going to be such a swing. You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more, with a showstopper, a Nightfall, big tools to be able to deny the plant. And yet PaperX, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. PaperX have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A aggression and then sending somebody in towards Garage. Sometimes that's going to be Forsaken, sometimes Mindfreak. But either way, they're going to try and weave through your defenses. We saw PaperX pull it off expertly against Optic, where they were smoking off Ye's trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
And always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks,
and you can see the trademark from Artis being placed on B. One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Artis. Tour de force, obviously, whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for PaperX. And look at this already. Starting to see echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands. If Forsaken tries to get aggressive, you can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1 once Mindfreak connects with the rest of the team. And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid-round option.
I think with a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars dropped. That's going to be the timing for Forsaken, and look at that. I believe the wall in the hands of Sugetsu just caught with a utility. On the other side of things, still being watched. FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that, even a B split. Whatever they can get their hands on.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more. Okay, sure, Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but the A site got stuck. and they collected the lurker.
30 seconds
Angel
left.
already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered PaperX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that it's coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Devi pressured from every single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The PaperX are liking to play this map now on our attack side.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX.
Yeah.
They have tools to deal with the sight hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round lurk play. And then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop PaperX from getting into those clutch moments.
Let's play. This guy's always ready for it now. The layers on top. It's made to push them back, and his deep omen smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing Opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from PaperX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this re-clear. See long, the contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough? You still know the fight's coming. Xiao sprays them down. Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mindfreak watching it, holding it. Jing now taking a bit of an approach. Sight control's going to be his, and Ardis forced to try and make some moves here with the operator in his hand. The angle's not being there for him, and what a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
And Mindfreak cleans up the last two.
Clinical.
Forsaken is looking a lot better on the chamber than he has been able to showcase this series so far, playing entry. He's tried Yoru, he's tried Jet, he's tried Neon, but his chamber has always looked good, all tournament. Wow, that's a crazy spray down from Xiao. But PaperX still have the answer.
2 किल टाकलेत त्याने ते मोरिका दोघं चिटकून काय चालले तिकडे एक ओडिन घेऊन चाललाय आणि एक हे थोडं चेंज कर ना
ते असे त्यांचा पुशच असेल.
Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame him? Another fast approach, a pull off to the back. Angel though, only working with the pistol, not enough.
Sometimes these anti-ecos have gotten sloppy from PaperX, but they've got sight control incredibly early on. Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
It's an interesting one.
Something strange. Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Hort lineup in play. The player, Ardis, was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and again, the weapon's just too much to overcome.
PaperX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven. These big executes have been working for PaperX. The mid-rounding, not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX. Ardis has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PaperX move themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close to nade and a slow up, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep. I don't know if they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a soundbite with a slow up.
मेल मरणार ते.
Much more passive one from Sugetsu.
कोणाकडून तरी मरणार आहे, सेज कडून तरी मरणार आहे. सेज पुढे जरी आली ना
No way.
ओय घातली.
Knows nothing. Forsaken with a timing. Comes up with nothing. Zipan. Patience. The knowledge knowing that they could have just walked their way past it, but now you can start to see this At least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used. Now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. Into distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mindfreak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding through! And what a performance. Neither team willing to give up an edge.
रश पुश केले सेना झाला असतं लय हळू खेळतात.
I mean, I think huge props to Zipan for this kill. They're not trusting their utility. And I think that's one of the biggest factors that has FPX able to win these rounds on defense. They're not trusting the trademark to lock off a map. They're not trusting the boombot. You hear that from Zipan there as well. It was just a good timing. I was going to check B, but the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself up into Cubby.
Is this even going to get cleared? Boombot latches onto Artis, has to back away, will break it in the end. And look, patience being played! Spray down, not enough to claim two, but at least just the one. A 2 for 2. Jing has the positioning. Another nade to try and force him back away from those connectors. And Mindfreak, why are you trying to watch this lurk? The show stop it, misses completely! Not a point of damage! The outplay, Mindfreak. Shots being found.
Legan hagla.
And all the players of FPX come tumbling once more. A 2-round lead now for PaperX.
That is a -8 if I've ever seen one. How did that one happen?
Might be getting some buffs at the end of this tournament.
गान फाटून येते लोकांची त्याची अल्टिस म्हटलं हा भाई ओडिन शिवाय काहीच खेळत नाहीये कसलं ते ओडिनचं त्याचं कंट्रोल आहे भाई
Very dangerous, but still Xiao wants to take the fight. Disrespecting the utility, he really has no way to disengage here. The slow orb keeping him locked, and the swing. Forsaken claims the kill, space for the resurrect as well. Angel's got a hefty task ahead of him. The Nightfall to go across into their spawn. They know that Angel is here. The Boombot won't quite see him, and the crossfire! That is just perfection. The smoke up top, close to dissipating. FPX again. Bit of a chokehold, and they've got this one with the utility in Bengai's hand. He was not expecting that one.
Devi holding the angle. Artis gets the better end of it. And Sugetsu to finish. What a crossfire again. It's been the bread and butter for FPX.
Oh, yeah.
Holding angles, managing to just allow PaperX into their crosshairs.
Love the repositioning from it as well. I think when the Nightfall comes through from PaperX, they use it into their spawn, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
Alex is not happy about that one. But I think he should take some solace from the fact that Forsaken is really having a huge impact in this map, like we haven't seen before in the series. Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play, the smokes. Get them in, trademark broken, Forsaken so deep in the first 10 seconds. And then he vanishes, like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades though of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artis still watching for it. The jiggle peaks though, I mean, good by PaperX showing that discipline. Don't want to give away any easy kills, but again,
Paranoia retake of Garage, and Angel almost stepped into Forsaken sightlines. There's a lurk play caught again. And the Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are.
The
PaperX are so far back.
It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks, Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round, and with the war fading down, where are they leaning? PaperX running away through now. They've got that Garage control.
Nice.
Skipping it off, and they broke the crosshair placement. Forsaken set up to succeed. Off to the side, Devi. What an angle.
And it's on Xiao and Zipan.
30 seconds
so
left.
far away from the action to try and make this one another even half. The battle should happen in Garage here for the round.
Luck cheering चालू है.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get an even round. Players work their way in, but FPX, such a difficult task. Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown. Xiao! 2 kills! He expects it, but Forsaken wins!
Nice.
Just not clutch enough.
Probably the best clutcher that we've had in the tournament, and even he can't quite get it done. PaperX take the lead 7-5, looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a fifth. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him. He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool, on Ascent, which they banned despite being unbeaten in Stage 2, and here on Haven. What a performance.
Unreal scenes. We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break it down so far. What are you guys making of this?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map, we got to look out for the chambers. How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in Garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Saigetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across Long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for PaperX.
I mean, he drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You can never, I think it was the second last round there of that half, the boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where you could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, PaperX has been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by PaperX so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for PaperX.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. The crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is, it is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. And that's a problem for PaperX because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, PaperX, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Bren. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Certainly is a tenuous advantage that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they bring it to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that PaperX aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A early on here. Forsaken watching mid.
No way. The angle being watched! You are joking!
What a kill!
A rapid fire approach! Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
And already Jing posted up in A lobby off the back of all of that. Forsaken is going to be given space to take liberties here. The FPX default is going to be slow.
The reposition! What a punish!
Did he intend to do that? Was that just a crazy timing that Zipan caught?
I mean, he must have heard it, at least some sort of sound cue, I think, to try and take it, but they are just again taking liberties. The wall comes through, hopping up on top of the box, Jing! What a play to take out Artist. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai. That play is awesome. And Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life.
Base the shot.
Brings reinforcements.
Bot over the top. Now they're going to be both of them on top of the wall still. That's Jing finding value, finding the kill and watching it. The horn sets them up. And a pistol round going away at PaperX.
Pushing that tenuous advantage just a little step further. Such an important round for them to find. The early punish on Angel, then this play. I've never seen a play like that before.
Yeah.
The wall and a jump up to punish the players that are breaking it. Awesome stuff.
just in the moment decision making.
Let's go.
Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
And we saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when PaperX played against Optic. Although that was mostly on the other side of the map, but you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
With the poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break portions of that wall, but there is enough of a gap. Benkai making sure to plug it. He knew that the wall was bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective. The wall is what you make of it. Artist, though, was very quick with the response, grabbing Divide down short. And FPX are going to want to try and punish this A-lobby aggression. Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Divide was on earlier in the round. And for FPX here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information, and he's going to try and hit that into B.
Shots rattled, and the damage, look at that swing! Again, the thing that's carried FPX so far, that discipline, and the raw mechanics of Artis. But they're not done yet. PaperX, a nade into the corner just in case, but is it going to be watching for it? Yes, indeed. Flick of the wrist, and the players are cleaned up easily enough.
Mindfreak and Jing making sure to put that one away. But it has taken some of the sting out of this third round. Forsaken, looking like he wants to go for a Vandal. Is this an entire team buy? It looks like it.
Them, yeah.
Forsaken's not close enough to his tour de force to make some kind of play for an ult orb. And so it's going to be 3 Spectres, 2 Vandals that PaperX take into round 15. It's not a bonus anymore. They need this one.
Very impactful round. For FPX to try and close out this series, it's got to start here on this round.
They have to be ready for pushes like this. FPX must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai's looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Making sure that he's got his sightline, the angle onto that haunt. It's being used a lot by FPX.
But Xiao's not in a position to try and clear Jing at the moment. And Xiao has also used both of his Prowlers, or perhaps only brought 1, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid. And now with a minute on the clock, it's been so slow. Jing made a noise, a footstep, a jump.
And Jing,
the jig is up.
Yeah, rare moment of patience, I think, as well. From him not to just commit into this one. A bit of a jiggle, a jump peek there from Forsaken. The information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Divide always ready and waiting. Sitting up close and personal to rendezvous. Positioning, found a slow warp. Latching down to the feet of Artis still. Jing wants to fight this one. Zipan though, the angles and the weapons. Heads taken off, still finding it. Players just pouring out into the site, trying to deny the plant.
And Zipan and Xiao have just been animals. They're so good at holding these angles down. And it all comes down to Mindfreak, the player who entered these grand finals with the highest clutch percentage. But he's been quiet today. Can he find a moment to put PaperX into double digits?
Timing. Crossfire isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it. Trying to bait out one of the angles. The Haunt though tags him through the box! And he's back!
Kotla काम काढलाय.
Mindfreak well and truly back.
आणि तिथल्या तिथं स्मोक टाकलाय तो बघितलं?
पाहिलं.
Red ball clutch. Doesn't matter that he was working with just a Spectre.
And didn't he play that one beautifully as well?
Oh, wow.
Breaking any kind of crossfire that would have been happening from Graffiti over to Hell or
Tap
default.
to bait the positioning.
Yep, tap. Not just baiting the position, but baits utility out.
Yeah.
So Xiao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
He even got marked up at the end and still wins against Zipan. That's the kind of play that Mindfreak has been bringing out over and over again through PaperX's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak that FPX would have liked to get up, any kind of momentum that they would have had back into this attacking half.
And it's a timeout.
It's a confident lead on Haven.
More than confident. looking primed to take it. We were talking about how impactful that round was to win for either side when they were just investing all of their money into it.
The fact of the matter is, though, Brent, the loss bonus here for PaperX is going to mean that they have, the loss bonus here for FPX is going to mean they have about the same amount of cash on either side.
Sure.
You might see some kind of crazy force going on, or just a weaker buy overall. And here it is. There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam an angle? Potential for it, or maybe it was just really all that they could afford. Taking a fight over towards C long, and again, the disrespect being shown. Jing making his way right down mid, but Devi also answering back, making sure that map control is lost. What a response! Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him this up close once more.
Jing finding huge value out of his deep mid position, and it all falls down to Xiao. Almost gifted one there.
Listen.
And Mindfreak would die to a single body shot as well.
Where are you?
Slow enough for it, but Xiao is, I think, feeling the pressure on every single side. You can feel it. The Haunt was dropped down just in case a player was close. But these angles, positioning, honestly, all over the place. 20 health. Okay, Mindfreak, well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade. Xiao now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh. This can be slowed right down.
This stage, Xiao has already won 3 1v3s. He's been demonic in this tournament in the clutch. One of the MVP candidates for the tournament based on how crucial he's been for FPX. And the time is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike over to A. Nobody there. Benkai watching, listening for it.
Xiao has to be diligent. But also, time running short. 10 seconds left to try and make the play. The Haunch dropped down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed, now you can see the pressure is on the wall up.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd, but now he's just got to wait. The timing. Xiao wants to force it down into the 1v1. At least he doesn't know where Jing is. But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning's known. Benkai, he will fall. Xiao taken down into the 1v1. The showstopper, the trade. What a play!
Clutch.
Just outlandish scenes.
What an absurdly good clutch from Xiao. Every instinct in his body telling him to look in the right direction for Jing. And manages to beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Just ridiculous.
Sprayed down. And that is why he's an MVP candidate for this tournament. The impact has just been enormous. Remember, Brent, in this tournament, FPX weren't sure whether they would have Xiao or Sugetsu here. There was a thought that FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of their 5 players.
Yeah. And they've had to battle past so many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand finals. Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket even in their groups. They fought every single step of the way, tooth and nail. Rewarded the opportunity here to claim this title. FPX looking to deny that. Bring this one to map 5. The timing of this timeout, just tactical in its nature.
It looks like FPX's journey, though, through that lower bracket, it doesn't appear to be getting much easier. They're still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5. FPX with a large financial advantage in this round, despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working away through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually latch only onto Benkai, up top onto Heaven. The Haunts push them back, and now the players swarming into the site. FPX want to be denying this one, but a satchel play. Zipan again, up close, up top, and personal. Denying any opportunity for FPX to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Forsaken met with a 1v5, unable to have any impact in this round, despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half. He just hasn't been able to find those moments.
Tour de force, a quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining. Too many targets to choose for. Only losing Angel. What a clean round for FPX. And found their foothold here, Josh.
That's exactly what they needed. That economy is now going to start to snowball a little. And what was this from Zipan? The jump up, back down, and goes for another bite of the apple? So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily, but he's doing his job. He's finding those times to carry the rounds. And now you see both teams with full equipment in hand.
Disrespect being shown again.
Is this a comeback?
Mid with the boom bot following up off onto it. And look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. And need to clear the back a bit, but it is that full retake setup by FPX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast wraparound. Smoke dissipates.
3 players looking for it, and it is being watched. Shao! He just about whipped the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play. It's a bit of a tap.
And Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia in the mind of Jing. He has no idea if he's being flanked.
Every angle needs to be watched for. I think the setup from FPX, look at this now, trying to make the plays happen, the showstopper to contend with Jing. Oh my goodness! Eventually shut down, but has he done enough damage? His teammates might think so. The Cosmic Divide cuts it up, and now the pressure is on. FPX have to play up close and personal. The horn broken, pushing through the wall, but how would you get through it? The barrage, the bullets laying down, and FPX get the level.
What a round from Jing. What a huge, monstrous performance from FPX's star player. One of FPX's star players, I should say. He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round, dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone.
Insane mechanics.
FPX's clean round, though, one prior, allows them to still buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop FPX from getting to map point.
There's a bit of an all-in. Angel TP is punished, but Zipan responds in kind. Comes through. How do you get 2 kills like that?
And if you had to tell me which team would you expect to use the utility combo and which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mind Freak looking for the mid-round push.
What a risky play. And the angle, it's everything. But the shots are found, a jiggle of the movement. And the second player falls. Risks over the map. But containment in the end.
5th map येतोय.
And Mind Freak has really woken up.
5th map येतोय म्हटलं.
Finding these timings to get impactful and win them rounds.
ऐकलं. कमी येतोय का आवाज?
येतोय ठीक आहे आता.
Feel it meeting in that crescendo.
3 kill भाई.
FPX are 1 round away. Alex, frustration turning to tension now as the coach watches on, unable to have too much more impact. They just need to dodge one scrappy force tie, and Jing starts it.
And again, they're not put off from making these high-risk, high-reward plays. The money is abysmal for FPX. Losing a player on top of it, it's dire. Wall has to be used just to see if they can get the res offline, but look at this, another punish, an attempt of it. A bit of a gamble as he fires it against the wall. He misses the mark at the end.
It's a great idea, but Sugetsu was already ahead of the play. He understood that that was going to be coming through. And now it looks like he's still trying to find a time to go for this. He needs players to help.
They are going to be trying to contain with the space, but at least holding down these angles, baiting a swing from them. The nade.
So tenuous. त्याला rev करून देत नाही येतो.
He needs to try to bring this even, and finally it's being played, but the spam through. Pinged out, and know exactly where it is. And one after the other.
बिचारा दोनदा मेला.
It's just snowballing. PaperX within their grasps will not be denied their right to go to map 5. The round not over yet. FPX to pull off a miracle.
Angel's managed to find his way into B. But with 15 seconds left, it's all but done.
Just no time. The duel, well, not quite favored the plan though. Angel gets a spike down, but it's left down to him.
And sure, the time pressure dodged, but FPX spent half the round just trying to get a res online. It's all down to Angel, and he can't handle it. PaperX are taking us to a 5th.
Absolutely absurd. Back and forth between both of these teams, so evenly matched.
But
we have it any other way.
And this map really had a different feel to it compared to the others.
Oh yeah.
A very methodical play by PaperX, finding those moments to get the lurks working and then crushing that attack side. And if we're going to talk about unusual things, how about the 5th map being Breeze?
I mean, just absurd, isn't it?
Absolute madness.
What are we going to see? The questions outlined here. It's mapped that both teams...
साले आइसबॉक्स खेळायला मागतच नाही हे लोक. हां?
FPX, of course, famous for their
Hello?
Euro comp as we're heading into it on the 5th map, but
Literally Icebox एक पण नाही झाला.
What you see from PaperX, they're shaking off any potential nerves that might have haunted them in map 1.
5th map,
They're
let's
finding
go.
ways to make their defense work, which failed them on Bind and Fracture. And they've heated up thoroughly. You're getting big rounds from Mindfreak. Forsaken, finally online. They've got everything building for map 5.
Yeah, it's leading that way, man. It's leading that way. The players have turned up. We're going to send it to a short break. Our analyst desk, of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
ट्रेलर बघशील बरं स्ट्रीम कर मला एकदा हॅलो हॅलो
हॅलो
यूट्यूब स्ट्रीम कर ह्याचं लाव वकांडाचा ट्रेलर बघ स्ट्रीमर
ट्रेलर नाही त्याला लागल ना काय कॉपीराइट वगैरे
तू कशावर तू अरे बाळा मी डिस्कॉर्डवर म्हणतोय अच्छा तू स्ट्रीमच करतोय का ओके ओके
We are are going to get map 5 after what PaperX pulled off on Haven. I'm Yinsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom, and Jess. Did you guys think in the beginning of today that we were going to map 5?
Maybe. I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think this is going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2-map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
I mean, he wanted the FPX when they were starting on bind, so maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit about what happened on Haven, because at one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. PaperX, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Yeah, I really think that there was good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's going to be hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side, given what we saw in bind, given what we saw in Fracture. They slowed it down. They really did. It was much more methodical. It was go up A lobby and wait there, hold for the positions that FPX are going to push in. And on the other side of FPX, it was really, really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here for these walls that are so creative in comparison to the Sage on FPX's side of Sugetsu's. It's nowhere near the creativeness.
I mean, a reactive utility usage like that all comes instinctually. That's about game sense, positioning, understanding of the mid to late round, how you want to use it. Sometimes it's not a set play. You just have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time he tried to deny a plant on one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know,
Imagine if
That's
that had
creativity.
worked.
That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was when we're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a pump for that one?
For Benkai? I have a really good one for Divide. So Divide, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the two players that did pop off, Tom, Saisho and Bren, were talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPX.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen Jing throughout this series of what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken yet. In this map, we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament. Like, you can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of a copium, but it's crazy that FPX were able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the rounds. Jing specifically, finally his showstopper's connecting.
Yeah, it's not necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly, they're not doing so in a way that I would say is untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of PaperX. Forsaken or maybe even Jing would just go off on his own little journey and no one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those trade game, something they were lacking before. In this last map, that will be crucial for them. It's a big map. There is no room for error.
How do we feel about Jing Seiken?
No.
No? Back to the drawing board?
I love it too.
Okay. Yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to... We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix, do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please God,
It
no.
worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he
But
decided.
imagine if they won on it.
Yeah, but
that
there's
would be
about a
impressive.
98% chance that they won't win if he decides to throw that agent in.
We say that, on the other side of things, you could get a Yoru. I don't know.
Actually,
you know what I mean? Like, legitimately, you
not.
have agents on both sides of the coin here that could be fun.
I'd rather see the Xiao Jet than that, if I'm honest.
Well, no, to be honest, yeah. I mean, I think the evolution of FPX throughout this tournament with the Yoru stuff has been artists just talking it down the entire time. So I think his confidence built when Angel was finally like, okay, we'll stop.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't looked the best, especially the record, the results on this map hasn't been great. But we heard it from Angel. He does want to kind of school Forsaken a little bit. He wants to show off a little bit. And I feel like when else is he going to get the opportunity than now?
I think the thing is as well, if you look at the last comp that was run by the side of PRX, it's not one I expect them to run again. Like, you look at their chamber on Jing, I think that's one of the only times he's ever played it. I don't think he enjoys that agent. I think it works a lot better when it comes to Forsaken. And having like both of them with the Jet as well, I think that's something they're only going to run when it comes to APAC. If they run it again here, I don't know, I'm not feeling good about it.
It reminds me of the uncomfortability that Optic felt when they were trying to implement this map, right? They really didn't have somebody who could play the chamber and the Jet at the same time. It was like kind of weird. So they were flexing, and finally they found a player who was willing to do it. But that speaks to them not necessarily being super happy, super comfortable with the map.
Yeah, I love the fact that Devi can just pick up, I mean, any weapon you put in this man's hands seems to work. It's the Odin, it's the Tour de Force, it's the Operator, and I'm like, damn, I can sit here and watch a montage of this all day of the week. So it's nice, you're right, that there is a secondary player to take on the chamber role. PaperX isn't sort of shoehorning themselves into these roles, into these agents where, oh, I'm the only one that can play chamber, I'm the only one that can play duelist, for example. These are being swapped around interchangeably, and on a map like Breeze, you pointed it out rightfully so, someone has to be prepared to switch around. Do we see a Yoru though? That's my big question, and I don't know where that's gonna go.
I will say, Tom, I think you're right. I think if they are gonna switch around the chamber, I don't want to see it on Jing.
No, I
just
think
doesn't
it
make
limits
sense.
him. I think that's the thing. Forsaken has managed to almost just hit that W gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really add too much in, but well, we are going to be getting into.
We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. For the last time in this tournament, keep your eyes peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm quite vigilantly on Yoru watch right now, and things are already shaking up a little.
Got it on the other side. Hardest goes back to a Jet. Jing is going to come in on the Neon
wanted him
as well.
to move, Baller. You wanted him to move, but did you want him to move that far?
What is this comp?
Wait, which team? Which team?
These guys right here. Neon, Yoru, Breach.
They got no Viper. They got no Viper. There's so much insanity here. I feel like when you look at Breach as well, this was an agent that pretty much from day one, everyone went, yeah, you probably don't want to play that when it comes to Breeze. It's way too open a map. You're not going to be able to set up. And they've just gone, yeah, you know that comp with Phoenix? That looks kind of normal now compared to this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that Breach being absolutely overpowered on Breeze. So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that. But on the side,
Fnatic doesn't play Breeze.
They're the team that
I mean, I trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Don't care. Don't care. PaperX's comp is ridiculous, man.
This is so Barlett's losing his mind.
We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
Okay, Barlett, I know you're losing your mind, but just one thing you want the people to keep an eye on. Only one.
I mean, Neon running up with the breach flashes. I mean, what do you want me to say? There's no Viper wall, so they can't really take that much space. It's going to be like a Caterpillar.
They got a lot of stuns.
Yeah, they got loads of stunts.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming?
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Bala is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and PaperX as we head into the final map of this grand final.
At the end of this map, a new god is going to be born. We will have a new team on the throne with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such bonkers compositions as well.
Outlandish, man.
Just insanity.
Just inject a bit of pure pandemonium into it. And I mean, this crowd has been electric. The entire match has been electric. I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PaperX versus FPX.
Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5? I'm not sure I'm ready, Bren. I'm going to be honest. PaperX is starting on the attack side here. Like the Des was talking about, there's no Viper walls whatsoever. How do they cut off sight lines? How are they going to find value out of the Neon? I mean, I guess they're just running in.
And Jing just runs in. He finds the value to teleport. Breaking ankles, taking names. But Shao locks it down. He shuts it down.
Still playing over by the half wall kind of setup. And Mindfreak on the lurk here, looking for another one of those big rounds.
Mindfreak, what an opening to get. Hard is taken out, still the fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, your solo, one shot will do it in Tipan. He collects it easily enough. Bit of spam through the wall, Mindfreak set up. No stars available. Knows where the spike is. Trailblazer broken, and the 1v2 face. FPX so favored, but ultimately it all came down to Shao.
What an awesome way to begin this map. Already starting to see glimpses of what PaperX are going for there. They had a flash, and then as Forsaken Gate crashed in, it was comboed with a fault line from Devi. It is such a bizarre way of playing, but it all got shut down by Shao. Wow. The recon dart, the spam kill onto Forsaken, a second one that he found.
Just unbelievable.
And then
shots to find.
Hitting the headshot there as well onto Mindfreak.
Ice cold.
Giving him the aim punch. What is that? PaperX are not done though. They're going for a force.
They're forcing into this one. Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line. Why not? It's going to be the Prowler. It's going to be removing a bit of the threats there. They crash into the
Force by Kellen.
teleport and the dart. No targets really being found. Artis still knows there's a player lurking, waiting at that main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike replanted. No difficulties there. Post-plant scenario is allowed for them, but Forsaken takes so much damage just trying to get out of there.
Forsaken, in fact, does not get out of there. That's his clone jogging to safety. Benkai's weak.
The fight's being taken, the Bulldog ADS, they are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing the lurk. Mindfreak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team, but now, look at this, running them down with the Ghost in play. Doubled up. Devi and Mindfreak against the world. Sticking this one on the defuse. The damage, it's enough to stop it, but it's still up to him. Half online, and he has to swing wide. He has to hit the shots, but it's Xiao again. And time just enough. They shut down the force buy.
And Xiao has just been so clean for FPX. There have been other players, obviously, coming up huge for them, time and again. But Xiao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments. Demonic in the clutch. Utterly cold. And that puts PaperX back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs. And listen, whether or not PaperX fall or fly, they're doing it in true APAC style.
Oh, yes.
You could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
Really is something that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your ranked games. PaperX are a dangerous team, even when they've only got the sheriffs, a marshal or two, whatever, to work with. You can see that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline. This angle being played by Artis as well. It's going to be able to watch for them, trying to push up deep into mid as well. It doesn't really reveal too much of his positioning as well.
That smoke, however, is going to make Artis think there's a potential for somebody to be deep already at Arch.
Stunsgate crashing to the back of the side, but the shots are whiffed. Just missed. Forsaken couldn't find the head, and Artis is still being surrounded by enemies, but with the rifle, he should be good for it. A quick updraft, revealed by the dart. And Mindfreak's lurk comes to no fruition.
And that is a prime game in Flawless as FPX continue to build up their economy here. The FPX composition is so good at gaining information around the map. Sugetsu's setups are going to allow them to put cameras, tripwires all over the map. And then you still have
त्याचा अपड्रॉप लय भारी होता ammo संपल्यावर भाई.
Deep into different areas. It speaks to the flexibility of both of these teams, that they're able to almost roll the dice on the compositions they want to play as they head into the most important map they've ever played.
All on the line.
And that is fast. PaperX immediately swinging out to window. Punish Artis. Sugetsu tried to hold the angle, but just got overwhelmed. Too many bodies for him to deal with.
Instant response though. Looking through mid, Angel just takes up all this space now. He's going to be watching holding. Seeing if anybody comes within his crosshairs.
And FPX have decided to play heavily for mid here. Both A and B are full retake setups. Not that PaperX know that.
Their moves now as well. One side of the map. FPX are playing so cautious in terms of just their positioning.
पैसे नाही याला ओडीन घ्यायची.
This middling kind of positioning from Xiao might allow him to use his Hunter's Fury.
हा ना, अरे कधीपासून बी खाली आहे. ते मिडला गेलेत सगळे, मिडला.
Triggering there, giving them a bit of information, a bit of positioning, but still now they have to use that cam, clearing it down.
And honestly, against PaperX, you're worried they've pushed your spawn.
Yeah. They could have taken so much advanced positioning off of this. Not a lot given, but Forsaken well. Taking away Zipan. Advantage. Gain for PaperX. Put this round on the board.
Nice.
PaperX are actually playing really passive positions on the post flank. Going for the reflank now through tunnel. Sugetsu's got it all to do, and it's just impossible.
Divine locks it down with the Odin spam and around there for PaperX.
Think about how they're playing these post plans. Whenever they get the spike down on B, they're not pushing, they're not trying to get aggressive into spawn or hold 3 players on site. They're backing off. They're trying to play for elbow control. And that, I think, indicates a really good understanding of how to play this map. Because the post plan positioning you can get from there is just amazing.
Yeah, and I think as well, goes against the grain in terms of what you expect with PaperX playing this composition.
I agree.
Yoru in play, Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless. One way to shut that down is Ardis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's Fury to deny the gate crush. Has to back away. Forsaken in the corner, he's taken a boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing can be found, and the shot is true. Sugetsu, head ripped clean off.
Mindfreak still in this lurk position.
No.
Does Angel check with enough diligence here? Otherwise, Mindfreak might be a dangerous thorn in their side for this post plan. Xiao is just tracking this gate crash all the way back into spawn.
Watching for it, and again, the lurk is found.
He's like a cat with a toy. He's just been pulled away from the action.
It's the advantage of running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources. A player watching the gate crash.
Just break it.
Off to the side, Ardis looks to try and make a moment out of it. A bit of magic maybe to inject, but this retaken with the operator, never ideal. The timing for Forsaken with that swing. It's too clean. Utility in the hands of his opponents, and Ardis not even allowed the luxury of saving that operator.
The post plants are looking fantastic for PaperX. Mindfreak doing his job perfectly on those lurk plays.
And so eco around that.
And I think that's going to be such a challenge for FPX to deal with.
How much do you dedicate?
हे Forsaken आणि हे Mindfreak हे दोघंच जन काढू शकतात नाही का? घाण.
And the site executes when they're coming through as well. Very well combined between Divine and Forsaken. Back when we used to see them play this, I mean, obviously on Bind, you would have Benkai playing the breach for them, sending in those fault lines, but it was the same combo. Yoru ult,
हे clear अक्का सोडलेला आहे. Go.
And here, Mindfreak has to be
Plant देख किया है.
how he's using the smokes.
It's already expending that dash. Still has the ultimate, still has the blade storm. He could do some serious work into this one, but the post plant's locked down. Now a fast lane. Just dodging to the side of it. Angle being found to get to. What a shot! And this is looking still winnable.
But again, it's
कशाला एवढी rush करते
passive post plant positioning being played.
Rolling Thunder, and they've got a star on the spike. It's going to be incredibly difficult to try and get away with this one. The Nightfall.
They know that they've detected all 5.
Yeah.
I mean, Mindfreak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
No one quiet on it now to Rolling Thunder. Overlapping all of the abilities, all of the ultimates. The timing being taken.
Nice.
Space gain off a bit. PaperX never letting their foot off the gas.
Kadak.
The Breeze metagame has never been shifted so far.
No.
A seismic shift. But PaperX are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this isn't just a comp that they've thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses. Because they've got a great understanding of what they want to do with it. How long does it take Angel to figure out that they're playing passive post plants? That's my big question. Once Angel starts to get a read, and maybe this time out I'll be conferring with Doombros, once Angel gets the read that they're playing these passive post plants, fast retakes might be the order of the day.
The way that PaperX are playing this Euro is so different to the way that FPX have played it in the past on Breeze. Often it's like a slow siege, a take of mid-control. A lot of the Euro, the implementation of it by PaperX has been these fast executes, something to add the extra layer on top of Jing just running it down on Neon.
And from what we saw of PaperX's A-site hit, I'm not convinced that would work on a rifle v rifle round. I think we might be seeing a repeat here of Icebox, where they only go A on anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands. And FPX are nowhere to be seen.
Still positioning, at least given up early, but time to...
Yeah, still 10 seconds for them to set up, but certainly having a discussion about their positioning.
Okay, jet operator वर अच्छा हाँ तो B ला ऑफ करल वरती.
Thick and fast straight into B.
What is the play here?
And they have the Cosmic Divide as a kind of quasi-Viper wall.
नाही
that they could
ट्यूब्स
use.
बघतोय का
Some of the block they angle off. They have to be cautious though. They know the money online means that could be seen that operator in buy. Of course, Artis has it, but he's in a completely different location. And now the Cosmic Divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied. But space given up. Angel, in fact, working his way off to the side. Could be able to catch a player or two.
And Jin caught by the recon, but couldn't be punished. The ult from Mindfreak finding big value. Surely Artis. Surely not Artis.
Dash enabled, flash as well, he connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close. Personal now with the wall denied! Coming through, the dog does so much work, so much damage, but Angel, he secures it. But the post-plan positioning, it's so passive through the choke point. They just want to try and buy time. Push them back, a bit of spam. Artis, an unlucky one. Just his leg being taken out beneath him. A flash to push them back. No one is on this one. In fact, look, still the star in play. A tap a bit of timing now. Alert comes through. Sugetsu, he could be a difference maker. He at least gets two, but just down to Angel. And the time, the pressure just far too much.
And these Paper X rounds are looking gorgeous. Every plan that they've run through in theory, working in practice. After those first 3 rounds that FPX have put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the site hits, and they can't win the retakes. But everything has been on B. All right, time to test the theory, Bren. FPX are back onto an eco. Do Paper X go A?
Oh yeah.
Certainly looks like it.
Oh yeah. Maybe it's there, isn't it?
I wonder if Angel can get a read on this as well.
Positioning though, I mean the players are so deep into spawn here, and when the fire comes through, it's a gate crash into the corner. This Viper wall does do a lot to try and slow down the approach. Paper X obviously don't want to disrespect this one too much. They could just get destroyed in the blender that is this choke point. In fact, case an example right here, Artis. Great opening pick for them, but the wall goes down, and now they're starting to slowly accrue a bit of that space. What a shot! Divide dropped down to 5 health, but not enough to secure that kill.
These players on site are struggling here.
So aggressive.
This A site hit, it's getting mopped up.
It's getting so sloppy as well. FPX. Heads being found, guns being gained, and it has to be the pivot.
Mindfreak with the spike just booking it over towards the B site. Sugetsu still has his cam in this position. But there's a Viper's pit been dropped on A. 2 players still staying there. And Devi's gonna look for a lurk with 5 health and an Odin.
They really have brought APAC, haven't they, to Copenhagen?
I love it.
Kind of plays, man.
I love it. You just can't expect
You can't prep for it.
Mindfreak's going to start distracting now as he starts tapping the plant. Does this turn eyes? Does
Yeah.
The timing on it! Then the kill is found. Still a 2v3 though. FPX in theory should be favored for this one.
And I love that Mindfreak goes for a pick as he anticipates, or Mindfreak, sorry, goes for a peek as he anticipates everyone looking towards Devi. He knows that he'll have a little less stress on his shoulders for just a moment. And now the trap is starting to close. Can Devi provide enough assistance here?
Was one of the players to tap onto the spike as well, swinging through, but the damage. Oh, the gun just not quite good enough. 5 HP in window. Does not expect this one. Angels worked his way around, but he's going to find positioning on the site. Mindfreak repositions, and the damage, the time, it's already been bled off the clock. Mindfreak, impeccable rotations.
These rounds somehow being saved by Paper X, mostly because of the gun advantage. Look at the replay here. Mindfreak, even before this actually, was taking mostly duels against players that had sheriffs.
The crowd seems firmly on the side of Paper X. A lot of cheers for these guys. How can you love them?
I've heard the FPX chants as well. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. Paper X winning 5 rounds in a row here, forcing an FPX timeout. And what is the adjustment? I think from our point of view, Bren, there are clear things that FPX can try to work with.
Sure.
But the patterns are not as obvious when you can't see all of the information.
No, you're only seeing one half of it.
And for FPX right now, getting that read on how PaperX are playing post plants, when they're hitting sites based on the economy of their opponents, all of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now. And they themselves are working with a composition that they haven't been playing recently. This is not their standard comp. They've either been running Shao on Jet, or they've been running the Yoru themselves. And Forsaken has decided to take it upon himself to prove to Angel he knows better.
Running the Yoru against them. Tasted their own medicine.
What a way that would be to win.
Ults are online for them. Obviously, Divide this time looking pretty good, and it is an approach, a flash just to grab the orb. The Cosmic Divide online for Mindfreak.
Again, how has he got the Cosmic Divide online once more?
Looks like he's just used it.
And so this is the first time that PaperX start with a default. But it looks like they're going to go back again into a B push. It's been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle rounds, and the Cosmic Divide is such a massive tool for either side.
They've slowed down for about a moment, but eventually the pace must resume. And there's the Rolling Thunder to get to it to the back of the side, but look at all the utility. Comboed up, Angel somehow able to claim himself a snakebite kill, but Forsaken's happily able to just return fire once more, but he oversteps himself. Utility in his hands, and his hit has gone skew.
It's the first time that FPX have decided to commit fully to it. Overstack players here. And the problem with that is Mindfreak's always on the lurk, and he's managed to find the A site.
So much space being gained.
The crucial thing here is for Mindfreak to not overstep himself. We've seen moments like this before where PaperX just too determined to get an extra kill.
Can't go down easily.
And Mindfreak's aggressive,
30 seconds left,
but tempered. Just hearing Zipan walk his way into halls.
Incredibly cautious.
And that's
just waiting for one timing.
That's decent information that he can pass over to Benkai. It's actually Divide, again, who becomes the lurker. They're just so happy to pass these roles around.
Nice. Definitely wondering about the counter flank potentially coming through, but he hears the footsteps now running down, but Zipan lurks down, and it's up to Divide.
But now the race is on. Divide, the spike down, has to try and get in a position where he can play this post plant, and instead of running for the spike, he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding me. Planted off to the side. He falls on the miss. Sticking it down. Already half onto it. The fault line to try and stun them up, but FPX, it's handed to them on a plate. A bit of an overheat moment once more.
And for one of the very rare times that PaperX's mid-rounding has in fact failed them, mostly because FPX players happened to stumble upon them.
Get in the picks. They contacted all the way through, even when the spike was down. Zipan did not make any noise. Contacted down into halls, picked up this kill. Hardest getting the one beforehand, it was all essential.
And maybe Mindfreak's death could have been avoidable, for sure, if he'd managed to position himself somewhere where he's not as exposed. But okay, you've got rifle v rifle, and it looks like PaperX are starting to break the mold. Heading round 10 for the first time over towards A in these buy rounds.
Big crash there, back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost immediately. Artist though, claims a kill. Bit of chaos, a bit of pandemonium approaching now onto the side as kills are just again flowing. One side to the next. Seeker's even in play, and the angle just cannot be found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there. Zipan was posing a major problem for them over at stairs. And now the round can slow down. But there wasn't really a lurk play over towards B. Mindfreak was required to help the rest of his team. Ardis is going to find this one so uncomfortable to have to watch towards Switch and
Just
Cave.
doesn't know where they could be. And there's still so much time in a round that PaperX happy again to just let that mid-round apply the pressure itself. If they make no noise, it's up to FPX to try and at least get a bit of information. And there's the swing into mid. Sugetsu comes out on top though.
The information play once more finding value for FPX. Benkai just gets the horn back online. Divide trying to see if he can get a targeted fault line, but Ardis dodged it.
What a shot. Still, the disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it. But with the time down to just 20 seconds, Divide picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
10 seconds, the clock ticking down. No hope for PaperX. And here come the FPX chants. I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. A knife's edge that separates these two teams. A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider that puts someone on the throne. But Artist played a masterclass in this round.
And so
disrespecting all of the utility to get picks.
Having immense value with the operator. But a similar scene being painted again. Last 3 maps, it feels like this first half of each of them has been so even. Back and forth, all the way down, but someone eventually grabbing control and grappling it away.
And PaperX haven't had very much success over on the A site. Even when they were running against the eco rounds, they still tripped up. And as they take a timeout here, I'm sure that's going to be something they're discussing. There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. I think an A split where you take halls control, you have Mindfreak's utility at the bottom of halls, you're doing a hall split, you only need bridge smoked off, you're coming from all of the other entrances, so yeah, you don't necessarily need the Viper Wall.
Just to highlight the stakes once more, in case it wasn't obvious here, map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Artis earlier on in the day. He said, we came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings. And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling. But there is a hair's breadth between these two teams.
Of course.
Definitely the 2 best teams that we have in the tournament. And they've both turned up on a dramatic level. This series, it's anyone's to take.
Both faced obstacles throughout this tournament. One would argue that FPX maybe with the harder task in terms of how they've been battling through the lower bracket, but it has forged them into something else entirely. The teleport into the back, they're ready for it. Seen that play before. Angel's more than ready.
नॉर्मल खेळला तर जास्त किल काढेल.
The operator, the overdrive is denied. Every player toppling, but Jing returns again, glides to the side, but eventually the shots finding it and shutting him down.
Look how quickly FPX have 4 players onto the B site. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly. Choosing, I mean, the read is perfect from FPX, and their adaptation in the half is awesome. Just instantly, off the first piece of utility, stack players on the site, play to deny the plant going down. PaperX can't play post plants if they never have a plant.
Great adjustments. Looking at the final round of this first half. One's going to be broken. Artist, an aggressive angle, and why not pop the Blade Storm off? You feel the pressure being applied.
Forsaken so deep. I don't see how Artist could read this.
So much to get through as well. All the way down into Horse. It's going to be a fast lane that Jing's been able to take all this positioning up, and it has injected that chaos into the round, but Zippany just contains it regardless.
If Jing hadn't used his fast lane, Forsaken would have had a free kill, but now he's getting droned out.
No way!
Did he spot him?
Running around the side. The decoy in play, Shao still locks that angle. And it's up to Artist. He can feel the approach, the Blade Storm, the updraft, the heads not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by an A-main. That means he's got a very quick flank here. And for PaperX, they've got to force the fight. They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back, the safe option.
Trailblazer misses, the dog is not going to be setting them up, and yep, the safe option, not an option. Angel's already flanked around, Benkai's positioning, removed, taken out. Devi is known, he gets one, but he has a mighty task. 1v2, isolates it, down clutch, but Shao reigns supreme.
You just can't out-clutch Shao. He's been a monster this tournament. He's a great player online, but he's been a superstar here, offline. Winning round after round after round for FPX. What an attempt by Devi. What a great try.
Oh, the frustration
seeping in. But when it feels like there's a final boss on the other side that you just can never get through, you can realize why they might end up being frustrated.
Radiates through, doesn't it? That's going to be the first half here on our final map of the Grand Finals. Desk, take it away. What have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Bren and Saisho. What a half
Game
that was.
बदल
Probably the
का.
most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the way they did onto those sides?
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX were able to adapt after PaperX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. Like, I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen, they still always adapt, and they did towards the end of that half.
Some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Devi decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed. But on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through, except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience of. And Brandon Saisho, let's see who's going to get this important round.
Very important round indeed. This pistol round deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way into the final half that we're going to see in this series between these 2 teams.
How much do PaperX have prepped with this unusual composition? Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on. And Jing not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stun in hand with the Ghost.
Already the disrespect being shown!
How does he get that?
Dart removed, he just wants to fight.
He's
over
swinging
and over again.
He's swinging before he's even ready to shoot his second shot with the Ghost. And yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. But FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
No. Got to stay calm. Situations like this, it's a huge advantage, of course, given to PaperX with that opening kill, but can easily turn it around.
But FPX might end up here being paralyzed by ignorance. They don't know what PaperX have planned. They've never played against a team comp like this. They don't know if Forsaken's going to be going aggressive with his teleports. They need to play spread and play slow to try and figure out what the game plan is. They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out, they have to hope it's not too late.
A close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him. The war going up. Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Shao eventually gets him. But on the other side of things, it was Jing who managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, PaperX. Spike's still going to be stuck down the fault line. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artist, though, now all the pressure in the world. A prowler in his face, a flash, a tap of the spike. He has to stick this one. He has to stick it or win this 1v1. And Devi, all he needs to do is survive. A heroic effort. But at the end of the day, it's PaperX who win it out.
And they take one step closer towards that trophy. Winning the pistol is massive, but the manner in which they did it as well is going to start to scare FPX.
Do you still have the confidence to make plays like this?
How did Jing get the kill through the wall? Jing is just running around trying to take duel after duel.
And we are witnessing the championship mentality, I think, that you need to be able to perform when it matters most, to be able to still make those plays.
Bizarre Viper wall that we're seeing here from Angel as they try and take some map control. Recon Dart up at the top of mid too, as FPX put a premium on owning this area of the map.
Devi forced to overextend just a tad to see if he can get that information. Doesn't want to risk it again, but in the midst of all of this, look at this space that Artis has gained. Bit of a wide swing, so he did make some noise there.
His positioning is known, but perhaps this indicates that FPX are going to want to try and take positions like this in future rounds. PaperX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing for their info.
And the off angle, well, Angel seemed ready for it, wanted to clear it through, a bit of spam into the corner, the right click Xiao. Dodges the flash, not finding.
Literally मूर्ख है 4 seconds.
He saw quite value, now down to 35 seconds in the round though.
Reposition करना भाई, घेतली ना kill, ठीक है.
I think for FPX, it's all about the kills. It's about being able to remove weapons from the hands of PaperX. But they're pushing into Jing's Bulldog, and that could be a scary prospect.
Smoke drop down there, that's trying to deny something. The shots again rattled off on either side of the map down to the final few seconds. Looking like it could have potentially got dangerous, but okay. Still not enough time in the round. Xiao hopefully going to be happy with the damage that he did to their economy.
I think he'd be happy to die there, actually. Didn't want to save a Spectre and no armor into the next. That's going to allow him to get Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the PaperX bonus. But now we get this question. Has PaperX got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so, can they make it work? Bind Fracture, that was one of the failures.
Hit them fast, hit them
but
hard.
they've drawn the final map level.
Conversion at a bonus. PaperX laughing all the way to the bank, wouldn't they, the fault line.
Wow, stun, suck, comboed up to punish anybody that would be playing these passive positions.
Incredibly deep as well. Taking the space away from Xiao. How much further back can you get? Essentially on the beachfront, but the spam, the spray down. The damage was found on the Forsaken, but eventually he does trade that kill.
So 4-4 right now, and FPX with less time to work with and more of the map to re-clear. These are the moments where PaperX were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky. Somebody else on the other side of the map trying to make a play happen. And Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken. The two flash agents over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn. A closer hold. Devi wants to hold this down off the first read, I think, of any sort of utility, maybe even a footstep. And there's the contact play.
The miss.
Fault line comes through. The damage is certainly done. Devi watching the angles. Forsaken are. It's going to get cleaned up. Not able to get too much done to get to Guardian. This guy's looking far too clean with it. And there's still enough time for him to try and get this plant down. The positioning is gained. Plant going to be stuck. Cage giving him just enough coverage. But a little bit of favor there. Mind Freak just has to zip away, but what a shot! Benkai, the crosshair placement's just fantastic. And they win out the bonus.
I thought Sugetsu might be able to get the job done there. What a pillar for FPX. But PaperX are so fast on these kind of decision-making moments. Devi grabbing a crucial one around the back.
30 seconds left.
But the final moment there is all about Benkai. He sends a Prowler forwards, so the rest of FPX think that they're both coming from tunnel. And then Benkai wraps through elbows so quickly to get around and backstab the post planters. And now, for the first time in the series, PaperX are thoroughly in control. Looking like they're going to edge out a 2-round lead here in the final map and force FPX to play catch-up.
Quick dodge there, the flash that comes down. This crossfire setup. Have to be cautious and watching of it. Hopping away, dangerous times. The dog though, seeing if they can supplement it, any sort of approach to take the fight for the choke point. And shuts it down easily enough. Bladestorm now being used by Artis. Feels like he needs to take matters into his own hands.
And we've already seen how nasty Sugetsu is with the Guardian. If Jing goes for some kind of info peek here, there is a potential to get punished. And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
It all comes down to the timing, though. Does have an expiration date on it. If FPX end up just really playing the clock like they've been known to do, could be brutal, but don't think he's too worried about it. Artist round the side, though. Bladestorm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him. He's not going to be able to take too much more space off the back of it. Decay as well. Pressured from almost every single avenue, and with the spike drop down, the Bladestorm still renewed. Artist, he might be able to do something with it, but not when Jing is still alive, still on the battlefield.
Dangerous times call for dangerous men. Jing has been a beast in this series so far, and it feels like whenever they need him most, he's able to just pop around a corner and hit a 3K. You see how much chaos PaperX inject into these rounds too. Ardis was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by all of the stuff that PaperX throws in.
Leg and wall bang
A
dete
bit
the.
more of a pacey play from FPX. Looking to perhaps take some early mid control as the rest of PaperX floods out of B.
All the way through. 2 stars being used to try and block it off, but look at the approach again. This is FPX. Moving their way through the double doors. Artis already going to be gaining all of this space right into the back of the site.
And how do PaperX play the retakes with this composition? They have the dimensional drift to work with.
Oh, risk could be taken indeed, Artis now, with the door opening.
And here's Forsaken looking to gain information. He can ping out positions on the map for this
Prowler,
targeted utility.
what a find! A flash to find it, but FPX 2 kills. Looking clean in this post plant. Reaffirming the crossfire setups that they've got, the thing that has carried them so far in this tournament.
Mindfreak dodges the flash, actually.
Tries to make a play to spray down. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, still does the damage, but FPX, they win out the round, an important one at that, ensuring the PaperX don't get that lead to run away with it.
They hit back. They hit hard. What a rare, fast round coming out from FPX. And what a sick play by Ardis. Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the retake.
There's just no way you're favored there.
But also, what a switch up of tempo.
Yeah.
I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
That's why it ends up being so dangerous.
Here
so
comes
unexpected.
Jing.
But
Here
again,
comes Jing.
Yeah, speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play, lets the stun ball rip right around the side again, and he knows the positioning. He knows Sugetsu is isolated, but Ardis responds in kind. Holding down the staircase. Overdrive still in play. Tip-tap of his feet, just trying to run around the map, but the positioning, of course, is going to be known here, but he ends up slowing it down. Ardis, great crosshair placement. Shot to the cranium. Jing is shut down.
Ardis is saving the round for them at this point. Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
No difference maker, hasn't he? Shao catching this angle. There's the kill. It's up in the air in terms of who might be able to be winning that one, but looks like Devi opting play back and save this one. Benkai obviously doesn't want to bring this stinger into the next round.
And he won't. He won't be given the choice either way. What a round for Ardis to turn up. Getting 2 massively impactful kills after the rest of his team had been barreled over.
Yeah.
And you might have been fooled into believing that that was some kind of eco-crazy push coming out from PaperX as Jing popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force.
Yeah.
PaperX are now ceding control of the game as FPX tie the series up 9-9 with an economy advantage.
9. Got the guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. I think for FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles, the entire way, but it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic, they earn their spot here, but Devi bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome. Angel not looking to get aggressive on the Halls lurk. Mindfreak would be waiting for him. And FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, They seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still 1:10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area of the map. But if it's Angel that leads the way, there's 2 players ready to punish.
I've got your trail.
Seekers in the mid round. That's for a bit of information. See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were.
It's all just a fake.
And a real hit starts to come down now onto B. A flash over the top for Taken. Wants to disrupt this one. Here's the spike being planted. Now he's going to try and opt for this peek. Angle being watched. Sagetsu's covering his teammates back.
A fraction away. A fraction away from being able to deny the plant and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the Rolling Thunder. That could have been everything.
Fight's still being taken though, and mid locked down by Angel, ensuring that they can't get away with any mischief. Devi and Benkai up against this one with the crossfire and the post-plant setup. FPX more than favored.
Devi's just going to have to try and save this operator once again. And like we expected, FPX are going to try and take the lead here and hold on to it. Benkai making it a little more dangerous, a little more expensive. But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead, the first team to get to double digits in map 5.
How close are these teams, man?
They started 3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen. PaperX forced to take a timeout as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them.
And you can feel it, Josh. The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think, definitely forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long, all tournament long.
They certainly have. FPX have done such an incredible job so far, and this one round could tip the entire balance in their favor. PaperX on the verge of being broken once more. 15 seconds left in their timeout to confer with Alex and try and find out what the game plan should be. PaperX must win this round to keep their dreams alive.
So important. In the past, PaperX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future for champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents.
They never have pressure on their shoulders. But when you're 1 map away, when you're 4 rounds away from lifting a trophy, maybe the dreams start to become a little more real. Maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real. FPX again moving the tempo up.
And you just don't expect this.
It was PaperX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B.
Making sure that they watch for a lot of these common angles. The spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's a gate crash all the way back into their spawn, but Jing trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury popping off right now for Shao to see if he can shut this one down. The kill's still flooding through. A dash and a glide. But Angel again comes out on top. Forsaken, he is into the back of their spawn. The positioning is just so far away. And FPX, what a critical round to just slowly obtain this lead. Forsaken, what can you even do in this situation?
Trying to get the punish onto Angel, but at this point the round's already lost.
It's done.
The barest of silver linings being that he can take a Vandal into the next. But FPX are 1 step closer.
And Josh, you mentioned it. FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik. They were watching from the sidelines despite them being one of the top seeds this time around.
The best team in EMEA. Forced to watch as other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
But they've earned their spot here this time around. More than enough.
One of the oldest cores that we have in Valorant, formed in 2020, finally looking for that place. to be seated on the throne. And it's another fast play. They're working. Why change it? Artis is in.
Mindfreak just trying to work his way around the corner, but he's spotted out. He saw to see if he can find the timing. The trade is there. It's on the other extremities of the map, and the shot's still being found. Benkai, what a pick. Angel not going to be able to watch that one for much longer. The choke point has been compromised. Shao forced to reposition and move back now to Nightfall. FPX investing into this one. They know how important it is, but they need more on top of it. The Rolling Thunder, it scatters them. The utility Jing, what a timing! Moves to the side for Zipan again, comes back around. An instantaneous trade. Half onto the fuse, they're sticking it all away. Benkai, you're an absolute menace! But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 Devi. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers, and he will not get it off.
What an enormous play to
ते
take
कसलं
FPX
तावलंय
to map point, match point, tournament point.
One enemy remaining.
And just phenomenal plays by Zipan. The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around. He's earned his team the final stepping stone.
And these adaptations have been awesome. The fast rounds have been excellently coordinated. And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control. FPX's fate's in their own hands here.
Throwing forwards. Good info, but they're going to be tagged up now. And look at this Horse control. Artis has already made the moves. Up into it, the Horn spots him out, spam down. That's a crossfire setup. From the side on the wall, Artis really nowhere to run, but it's an instantaneous pivot once more.
FPX have read it. Mindfreak and Devi, ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find value. The Paulie hears it with the footsteps. An opening kill going their way once more.
There's the pull, there's the fault line. FPX holding on.
But Shao, one step closer, Josh, one step closer.
That's got them through the choke point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken, performing under the pressure. Sugetsu aims the reset! Absolutely ridiculous!
गेला FPX जिंकली.
Kills for the final.
लय बाप खेळले.
And Sugetsu finishes off an insane lower bracket run that began when he was allowed to play. The rest of the team did their job getting this man onto the stage,
39
into the playoffs, and Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne. And Angel could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so hard to get here.
And what a moment this is for them. Disbelief, you can feel it. Incredible scenes. And FPX, a team, the core of them, have been waiting for these opportunities to perform on the LAN environment time and time again. But this time they grasp it, Josh, and more. FPX being your Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
It is a brand new team put on the throne, a new master, merciless in their run throughout the lower bracket, slaughtering dreams left, right and center, knocked out Japan, stopped DRX from making top 3, killed every other EMEA team gunning for that trophy, and have now taken down the People's Champions, the most fun team we had in the tournament. No fun allowed.
No fun allowed indeed. Shutting down every single storyline. Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Denying Optic from going to the back-to-back as well. And the streak continues. Every tournament, there must be a new winner in Valorant.
Yeah.
But for these kind of people, I mean, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams have performed so well all up to this one. What a finale, what a way to end it. In our grand finals here in the exchange of the fist bumps. Respect being shown to the two competitors.
Incredible two teams delivering an incredible match. Easily the best grand finals that we've had at a Masters event. And one of the most worthy winners.
Their names being chanted. recorded in the annals of VCT history. They've made their mark now and look forward into champions.
And what a way to do it. It couldn't have been done in much more of an EMEA style. I love the fact that PaperX went out their way. But at the end of the day, FPX pulling out a composition that was new to them in terms of Breeze, Ardis on the Jet, Zipan playing Sky, moving over to some classic, informational Valorant. And that's how they get it done.
What a style, the preparation, paying dividends over and over again. And Sugetsu, just a ridiculous play towards the end. Look how much it means to them, man. Look how much it means to them.
That's FPX at their first international tournament. Imagine if they'd been able to go to ones previously, and think about what they'll be able to do in the future. What a team to finally sit at the top of the pile.
Yeah, absolutely outlandish scenes. And now Golden Boy is down on the floor with our Masters 2 champions.
Last April, FPX had to sit back and watch Masters Reykjavik from the sidelines. Today, there are no more what-ifs. They overcame every single obstacle in their way, and every single piece fell right into place. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, FPX! An incredible run for this team. It started off in near tragedy, but here they stand today as your champions in Copenhagen. Can we get it one more time for FPX, ladies and gentlemen? And now, I have all of them here standing by. Congratulations. Now we get to do this for real. Artist, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling fucking amazing. That's all I'm going to say.
That's right, baby!
I want to say something. FPX! 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 Listen, we're taking over the world tonight.
They're taking over the world tonight, he says.
We found Copenhagen, we're going champions, and we're doing it again.
Doing it again, love it, man. Sugetsu, you had the final 2 kills. You weren't even here at the start of this tournament. How does it feel to just do it all?
To be honest, I have no words. I didn't even trust a few weeks ago that I will be here because of visa problems, you know. Also,
don't worry, they're saying Sue.
Yeah, Sue.
No booze, no booze. It's Sue.
Thank you, guys.
Get Sue.
But I also wanted to say thank you to Cider with Musket to help in our team. Also, they did too much.
That's right. Huge shout out to Cider. Zipan, my man, it used to be, you know, I just blown away every single time I see you play, and now you're here today, you're a champion. It must feel like you're on top of the world right now.
Muchas gracias para nosotros.
Love it. Angel, you and I stand on this stage, probably the oldest people here, but yet you are a champion, and I'm just some schmuck interviewing you.
I can describe what it means to me, and I want to say thank you to everyone who came here, and especially to a guy with Ukrainian flag.
There it is. There it is. Shao. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shao Show is in full effect. You are a madman. How do you do it? How do you continue to just clutch after clutch after clutch?
Guys, secret is like easy. I just wearing shorts in the grand final.
He wears
like
shorts.
short buff, guys, nothing else.
The key to success is to show them legs, baby. Show them legs. And finally, our coach, Doom Bros, your first LAN, and you are a coach of champions. How does it feel, brother?
Tired, but good.
Are you gonna take a good nap tonight?
I think I'm gonna sleep for maybe 1 month or something like this.
1 month slumber, baby, but don't sleep too long because you got champions to prepare for.
Thank everyone for coming, and thank you Sliggy and Tarek for keeping me company after the matches.
And last thing, artists, I just want you to, just go ahead, have fun, play with the crowd, say something.
Listen.
Go for it.
No, wait, listen. A big after party, okay? Message me on Twitter, boys. There's a big one going on.
Okay, and Artist is paying.
Drinks it on me.
Artist is paying the whole thing, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Fun Plus Phoenix. Let's go ahead, send it right back over to the desk to break down that incredible grand final.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. EMEA on top, baby! I waited so long to say that again. So long.
I don't think it's been that long.
It's been a long time.
But hold on,
about 8 months.
Wasn't it Paper X? Wasn't that how it was?
I'm from EMEA, Bola. I will say, I am also a very proud Paper girl. We got to celebrate FPX, but who knew that Paper X were going to take a team like FPX all the way to map 5 and do that?
That's an incredible matchup that we just had history. I sat here, it started map number 5, I turned you on, I said, what a pleasure it is to sit here at the first audience of the first grand finals we've ever had with an audience, and they bring us to a map 5, we go the half, and it goes the distance, and I said to myself, I couldn't ask for a better matchup. That is two teams that fought tooth and nail to be some of the best teams in the world.
And also, I gotta say, we heard that in the Verizon post-match interview with Golden Boy, just how much this all means to them, and how much individually, differently, Angel has won quite a few tournaments, but you can see there, this one meant a lot to someone as experienced as him.
Well, it takes a lot, I think, for an in-game leader to do something for so long, go into a game which has similarities but is completely different in the way you have to set up, the way you have to almost maneuver your team, bring in a load of youngsters and almost just mold them into the pieces he needed them to be, and then do it again after having so many problems in the past just to get to this point. The man has overcome everything.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, we lost faith in FPX last year.
We did.
And finally, we have a reason to have faith in them again. Obviously, there were hurdles along the way, but this last map, man, they figured out how to play against a comp that has never been seen before on the fly, and they make it work.
And I mean, Artis had a bit of a quiet series up until that point. We hadn't really put him on any of the MVPs throughout those maps there. We didn't highlight him so much. We tried, and there were moments he had a few pop-off moments. But when they really needed the man to stand up, make the difference, he comes in on Breeze and he lights it up.
Yeah, man, he deserves to have all the arrogance in the world on stage after that, because he definitely turned up and in some rounds felt like he was really willing